Well, good morning everyone and welcome to our first statutory meeting for 2026, the ordinary meeting of Council for January. Welcome to everyone and a big welcome to our youth leaders who will be recognising very soon as well. But can I welcome all councillors, Deputy Mayor and councillors back for 2026. Another big year ahead of us, that's for sure. There's no doubt about that. Building on the last few years, and a lot to look forward to. There is no doubt about that. Can I acknowledge our Acting CEO, Nick Hauser? Welcome to you, Nick, our GMs and officers in the room, and all of those, of course, that are also in the room and tuning in online as this meeting is live streamed. And I'd like to thank you all for your attendance today and wish everyone on behalf of councillors a very safe, healthy and successful 2026 in all of your endeavours. I'll begin the meeting by acknowledging the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, the Guybil, Jarrawa and Biggamul peoples, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's First Peoples. Councillors, item number 2 today is the reception of deputations or delegations by appointment. We don't have those today, however, I guess in some ways we do, because we've got our youth leaders for 2026 here today will receive their certificate and their name badge, which is important. The youth leaders, of course, started 11 years ago now, in 2015 it started, and it's been proven very successful for those that have participated in the ages of 14 to 24 over that time, by volunteering at a variety of things, but also understanding what local government does, what role it plays in the community, and indeed what many service agencies do as well. And it's definitely opened up the eyes of many youth leaders over those 11 years, and in fact it's in some cases changed the trajectory of what their life career could be. And so today we acknowledge the new batch, if you like, of youth leaders that are coming through and very much appreciate it. Some of which have been a youth leader now for more than a year prior, so they're not completely new. However, we acknowledge them here today. One of the real benefits of being part of youth leaders is, of course, that they have the opportunity to deliver a community project, be that individually or collectively as groups come together and they deliver programs and projects for the year. And councillors very much look forward to seeing and hearing all about those projects as the year unfolds. So welcome to you all, and I welcome Lisa, Byers and Dusty as well. Thank you both very much. I know last week, very busy for the Youth Connect team with our pool parties right across the region. And I know youth leaders were also involved volunteering in those as well. So thank you both very much for what you do. So today we are presenting certificates and name badges, as I say, and in order to keep the flow of things happening, we have already taken a group photograph outside. So today will be simply a case of Councillor O'Shea will be calling the names. Then if you'd like to come forward, I'll stand at the front here, which will make it a lot easier. Present the certificate. So if we go from my left, your right, and go around that way might be the simplest way, I think. And feel free to stay for the rest of the meeting if you've got time to do so. But I do understand you've got projects and programs to do with youth leaders. So again, welcome to you all, and all the very best on behalf of all of us and indeed the community for getting the most out of your experience as a youth leader for 2026. It is something you'll look back on in many years to come, and hopefully it may well be that spark that actually changes the trajectory of your life in some way. Welcome, and thank you again for putting your name forward. I'll hand over to Councillor James to call the names. You might go to my desk if you like, James, and then I'll. It'll be a far less stretch.
Thanks, Mayor. So first of all, we have Isabella Clements. Elizabeth Coe. Next we have Jathu Mitha Jesu Sebastian. Clavelli Leonard. Matilda Kennedy. And we'll recognise in her absence today Mariam Nabazida. Next we have Hayley Clements. Michaela von Loben Close. Next we have Annie Strugnall. Another in her absence we recognise Sienna Butler. Next we have Annie Jackson. Isabella Agius. Mahalia Jones. Hamish Brown. Fletcher Griffin. Tyson Chapman. Eamon Pickering. Jack Evans. Talon Priest. Hugo Bailey Madsen. Dexter Balboa. Finn Pickering. And last but certainly not least, Morgan Jefferson. So a round of applause one more time, please, for our 2026 Regional Youth Leaders.
Terrific, thank you. Thanks very much, Councillor O'Shea. Congratulations to youth leaders and as I say, all the very best for the coming year, a year of opportunity for you all as well to open up your eyes and see what happens around the region. Councillors, we move then to item number 3, which is the attendance, including apologies, leave of absence, granting leaves of absence and declarations of conflict of interest. We do have, obviously, no apologies. We do have some leave of absence. I'll begin with the leave of absence with Councillor Rebecca.
Thank you, Chair. I request that I be granted a leave of absence, firstly from the committee meetings on the 10th of February 2026, due to attending an Australian Local Government Association meeting, and secondly, from the special meeting of Council, which may be scheduled on the 18th of February 2026.
Thanks, Councillor Rebecca. We have a mover, someone to moved by Councillor Edwina, seconded by Councillor Gary. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. We then move to Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I request that I be granted a leave of absence from any special meeting of Council which may be scheduled for the 18th of February 2026.
Thanks very much, Councillor Melissa. Can I have someone moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We then move to Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I request that I be granted a leave of absence from the special meeting which may be scheduled for the 18th of February 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Someone moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. Councillor Edwina.
I request a leave of absence for the special meeting of Council which may be scheduled on 18th of February 2026.
Thanks, Councillor Edwina. Someone moved by Councillor Melissa, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We move then to Councillor James.
Thank you, Mayor. I request to be granted leave of absence from the ordinary meeting of Council on the 17th of February 2026, committee meetings on 10 and 11 March. That should be 2026, just for 2026, and any special meetings of Council which may be scheduled between the 17th of February and the 13th of March 2026.
Okay, with that slight adjustment that Wendy has made there, someone happy to moved by Councillor Trevor, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Councillors, are there any other leave of absence that anyone would like to raise at this point? If not, we then move to the declarations or prescribed or declarable conflicts of interest, of which I have none recorded at this stage, councillors. However, if there is something that crops up through the course of the meeting, please indicate whether it may be you or you feel another councillor has a conflict of interest at that time. We move then to item number 4, which is the confirmation of minutes of the ordinary meeting of Council on the 9th of December 2025. Everyone was present. And the motion is that the minutes of the ordinary meeting of Council dated 9 December 2025 be confirmed. Moved by Councillor Rebecca. Seconder, Councillor Gary. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. We move then to item 5, which is business arising from the minutes. Are there any business arising from the minutes, councillors? If not, we move then to petitions. And we do have a petition to be presented today and be tabled by Councillor Trevor. So hand over to you, Councillor Trevor.
Thanks, Mayor. The petition is it's to the Chief Executive Officer, Toowoomba Regional Council. This petition draws attention of Council the increasing volume of traffic along Anzac Avenues, particularly between James Street and West Street. Residents have expressed growing concern regarding 1, the frequency and impact of heavy vehicle traffic, 2, excessive vehicle speeds, 3, parking congestion and obstruction. These issues pose significant safety risks and reduce the quality of life for those living in the area. We, the signatories, which is 107, request Council to introduce heavy vehicle restrictions, e.g. load limits. 2, implement traffic calming measures. 3, review and improve parking arrangements. 4, reduce the speed limit along this section of Anzac Avenue. We appreciate Council's attention to this matter and urge prompt attention to enhance safety and livability for our community. So there's a petition here with a handwritten letter to the CEO as well. So may I present that?
Thanks, Councillor Trevor. Just in regard to that, we do need to move that we will receive it, and that's all we are simply doing is receiving it. So moved by Councillor Trevor, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Motion's carried. So if you'd like to bring that forward, Trevor. Thank you. Thanks very much, Councillor Trevor. We then move to item number 7, councillors, which is business of which the Mayor wishes to have considered at this meeting without notice. It's a mayoral minute, and I do have one today, councillors, which I did actually circulate by way of recognition of this coming forward, given the timelines. And the motion simply is, and it's in relation to the Australian and Queensland Government pre-budget submissions, given the timelines. The motion is that Council provide the Australian Government and Queensland Government with pre-budget submissions for the 26-27 budget prior to the following deadlines: the Australian Government Friday 30th of January 2026 and the Queensland Government by Friday 6th of February 2026. Happy to move that. Seconded by Councillor Rebecca. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. We move to item 8, councillors, which is the monthly performance statement. And I invite General Manager Anne-Marie to come forward, and welcome Anne-Marie, and Happy New Year to you as well. Monthly performance statement will come through. Thank you.
Good morning, councillors. So I'm presenting the monthly financial performance statement for the period ending 31st of December. And from the report, you'll notice the significant news during that period was that our credit rating was affirmed as sound with a neutral outlook. So this is a terrific result for the organisation, which shows that we have sound capacity to meet our financial commitments in the short, medium and long term. The neutral refers to no foreseeable events that would have a direct impact on our capacity to meet our financial commitments. So great work from the team and a great result there. The consolidated financial performance statements, key capital projects, there was a summary report for disaster recovery, the confidential monthly investment report, and also because we're reporting at the end of a quarter, we do have the sustainability statement. So the first attachment, the consolidated financial performance statement, you can see a favourable variance, so overall tracking to budget with a variance of just 3% for fees and charges. But I think what's important to note now that we've been reporting these variances over the last couple of months, and halfway through the year now, we've got an opportunity to assess whether they are timing difference or whether it is as a result of increased activity. And we can confirm that it is actually increased activity. The same with operating expenditure. We've been reporting every month on those variances and where the variances are. And we know that materials and services are tracking below budget as a result of identified savings in a number of operational areas. And also the flood recovery works, which have been delivered internally and delivered under budget. So they're two pretty good results, which are reflected in the bottom line. Capital income tracking again with a favourable variance, and these are once again realised benefits and realised savings for the organisation. Capital expenditure slightly below budget with a variance of 5.3%. Now, over the last couple of months, we've been looking at that reforecast to the 30th of June. So from February's ordinary meeting, we'll bring you full details reconciling the original budget that was adopted in June last year to the 30th of June result, and where those variances are in those 4 components: operating income expenditure and capital income and expenditure. We have provided separate business units, as usual, water, wastewater, waste services, fleet and logistics, and the Toowoomba Aerodrome. The Treasury report is provided, which indicates unrestricted cash, 248 million, or 10.24 months, against the Queensland Government's target of greater than 2 months. Our total borrowings were 190 million. You've got a copy of the sustainability statement for the period. So we provide this one every quarter. This is an audited statement, audited by Queensland Audit Office. So you'll note that we continue to track really well against all those ratios, with the exception of that asset sustainability ratio, which is tracking at 26.8 against a target of greater than 60. We have reported previously this is below target as a result of the number of upgrade and new capital projects that we are delivering over the next number of years. But note the 5-year average remains above the target figure, and that's on the next page. Asset renewal funding ratio is tracking at 97.3%. That's below a target of 100%, and that is, again, because of our focus on new upgrade projects. But looking at those index capital works that are in there, we're using years 4 to 10. And again, we've seen an improvement from last year. So last year we were around the 92%. Our goal is to be achieving 100% in this target. So very happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much, Anne-Marie. Questions? Councillor Melissa, Councillor Tim, Councillor Kerry.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your report, General Manager Anne-Marie. I've actually got some questions about the DRFA. So, General Manager Mike, you might be better positioned to answer those questions.
Welcome, Mike. Would you like to come forward? Make it a bit easier for you.
Thanks, General Manager Mike. So just in regards to the DRFA report, noting the 2024 REPA lines on page 2 of 3 of that report, I note that we have submissions in the total of 5 and 12, with none acquitted as of yet. Are there any DRFA programs at risk of cost overruns or eligibility challenges with QRA?
Simple answer is no. Everything's going according to plan. In respect to the 22 program, it's nearly fully acquitted, and it's over 99% that we've received back, close to 100. And with 2024 program, obviously it's got to go through the acquittal process, but we're not expecting any challenges there.
Thank you. And a follow-up, if I may. And Mike, I didn't furnish you with this question, so I'm really happy to take this on notice. And if you could bring the answer to the February auditory meeting. What lessons, if any, have we learnt from the February 2022 and January 2024 events being embedded into future capital prioritisation and resilience planning?
Yeah, I'll take that one on notice.
Yep, thank you.
But we do have, we've captured a lot of lessons learned right through the program. So I'll get a short report of that along those lines for council.
Thanks, I really appreciate
thanks.
that. Thanks, General Manager Mike.
Just in regards to timing, like February, whether it's a formal report or I just take it as an email to councillors as information. February report's closed today, so it'll be March potentially. Okay, thanks.
Thanks very much, Councillor Melissa. I've got Councillor Tim, Councillor Kerry, and then Councillor Carroll. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Anne-Marie. I wanted to congratulate you publicly on sound with a neutral outlook. And when I started in this position, it doesn't sound like much. It sounds like just the middle, but it's actually the top. So well done on that. My question was, the asset sustainability ratio is low. We know it's low, We know why it's low because of things like the dam wall, and we know that it's going to be below where we want it to be for several years. Did that low asset sustainability ratio have any effect on our sound with a neutral outlook, or we obviously still got the certification anyway?
No, it didn't. It didn't impact our outlook. It's a really good credit rating that we've received, and we've been able to indicate in our long-term financial forecast, which is the main lead indicator for Council, that over the 10 years of that plan, that we can take that asset sustainability ratio back within the target range. So we know that we're in a growth phase as an organisation. We know that we've got some ageing infrastructure that we need to upgrade. We know that we need to build new infrastructure to accommodate our growing community. And those factors contribute, but what that also contributes is future ratepayers for the organisation. And when our credit rating is being reviewed, all of those factors are taken into consideration. We work very closely with Ed's team with our submission to Queensland Treasury Corporation, so making sure that we're factoring in why the capital programme is what it is and what we're accommodating in that area.
Thank you for the answer, I appreciate it. And I suppose the point that financial sustainability of an organisation like ours has to trump everything, and the fact that many councils across Queensland are no longer sound with a neutral outlook, it's a real credit to you and the team, so well done.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Tim. Councillor Kerry.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Anne-Marie. Second the remarks of Councillor Tim in relation to the financial position. My question relates to the notes on page 1, which presents a positive feature in the sense that operating income is above budget and operating expenditure below. My question is this something that we anticipate most years? Is it a seasonal thing, or is it because of different circumstances other than the explanations given in the A to E and A to H in the notes?
So certainly the operating income is increased activity that it is demonstrating. Overall rates, the variance is at 0%. So when it's such a significant figure, any variance is good in that. But we've been quite consistent with our budgeting for growth and what we have actually achieved in the budget compared with our actuals, so quite a low variance. But in the fees and charge space, that is directly attributable to growth in activity rather than timing differences. And we'll be able to bring you a little bit more detail in February when we do that full review. So we've got every manager across the organisation working on their budgets and actuals and their forecasts. And when we so it's a real bottom-up approach. So when we bring that to you in February, we feel we'll have a good lens across the activity of the whole organisation.
Is it realistic to expect that type of trend would continue, or is this a bump in?
That's a really good question. I think I'll have to take that one on notice, and I'm looking at what the federal bank is, the different areas, what they're forecasting at the moment, what Queensland Treasury are forecasting. So we're trying to align with those growth forecasts across the region, across the state, and across the country, really, and how that will impact us.
Thanks, Councillor Kerry. Any other questions? Councillor Trevor.
Thanks, Mayor. Anne-Marie, rate arrears, I notice it's at 3.67, which is below the 5%. And you might have to take this question on notice. How the proportion compared to houses, commercial, farming, are some of them skewed or out of kilter with what's normally happening?
It's a really good question, and I'll take it on notice and I'll do a comparative so we do that measurement every 6 months, or every December and every June. So I'll have a look at the last couple of years and let you know how we're going.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Any other questions for the monthly performance statement? If not, the motion before us is that the monthly performance statement for the period ending 31 December 2025 be received. Moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thanks very much, Anne-Marie. We move then to item 9, Councillors, which is Chief Executive Officer's monthly report, and acknowledge Nick as the acting CEO. And I know Nick has some information to impart to us. So, Nick, welcome to you, and thank you again for holding the fort for the time being.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, councillors, and I'd just like to take this opportunity to wish you all a Happy New Year. I hope you had an opportunity to rest and recharge and spend time with those who are most important to you over the Christmas and New Year break. As the Mayor said, I'm sort of filling in and keeping the seat warm for Sal for this week, and so my update will be brief, but I do have a couple of things that I wanted to share with you. The first was a message that Sal sent to the staff in the early days of returning this year, and I thought it was a message that was worth sharing with you and with the community for those that are interested. And Sal said, as we step into 2026, there is a great deal to look forward to for us as one TRC. This year we will continue to build on the strong foundations already in place, lifting our service standards and customer experience, supporting the economic and social growth of our region, enhancing the employee experience as we work toward becoming the best local government in Queensland, and maintaining a strong focus on the safety of all our employees. We will continue the momentum on our current projects, embrace new opportunities, and tackle challenges with confidence. As one organisation, we will get things done. Some priorities may shift and there will be difficult decisions along the way, but each decision will strengthen how we serve our community, how we collaborate, and how we support one another. With a united team and a shared sense of purpose, we can navigate the year ahead with real impact. We look forward to what we will accomplish together as we continue delivering services across our 36 towns, our city, and the entire Toowoomba region. Here's to a positive, productive, engaging, and energising 2026. I also thought I could take this opportunity to provide advice in relation to Council's decision from December 2025 to receive an update from the CEO of the proactive measures being undertaken by Council in relation to cleanliness, maintenance and public safety of Bell Street Mall and the Neil Street bus interchange. This update certainly isn't intended to fulfil that Council decision in its entirety, but I just thought that I could provide an interim update for you on the activities that we've undertaken since that decision in December. So in relation to bus interchange cleaning, in addition to the scheduled daily cleaning, a full deep clean to public areas, including the stairwells, took place on the 23rd of December. Additionally, we've instigated a process of a twice weekly walkthrough by our staff to monitor cleanliness. Property Services can advise that the facility has remained clean and tidy. Council has received a small number of compliments and positive feedback as a result of improved cleanliness since that time. The lift repair, the required components to repair the lift have been sourced and were installed on the 9th of January. The lift has remained operational since that date. Public toilets, no significant vandalism or mess to the public toilets has occurred and the facility has remained open and operational. We clean the toilets 3 times daily, 6 a.m, midday and 6 p.m. Facility maintenance and upgrade to lighting with the bus interchange has been programmed to occur in February, with the electrical team currently sourcing the required parts and equipment. Lighting will be upgraded to LED and the switchboard will be replaced as it has reached its end of life. And in relation to public safety and antisocial behaviour, there are 26 City Safe cameras currently in place within the bus interchange and Bell Street Mall. Through the control room monitoring and security patrols, Council has been monitoring public safety. Regular incidents do occur, unfortunately, which are referred to QPS when required. The vast majority of incidents are results of personal interactions between people sleeping rough and or nightlife patrons that often spill into physical altercations and abusive behaviour. Because of the nature of these public spaces, these incidents are very often witnessed by other members of the public, creating personal safety concerns. These incidents continue to ebb and flow between this area and other hotspots, and the above actions taken by Council has neither reduced nor exacerbated those incidents. So I thought it was worth providing that interim update for your councillors, and a more fulsome update will be coming addressing the other matters raised as well. That's all I had.
Thanks very much, Thanks very much, Nick. And I will ask for questions, keeping in mind that Nick's been in this role for about 28 hours now, so it might be a little bit hard to answer, but he will take things on notice if need be. Are there any questions for the Acting CEO? Councillor Melissa, and then Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Acting CEO Nick. I really appreciate the update you've just finished for us, and it's great to see the proactive. And I know when I brought the motion that council was proactive in those spaces, but there's a lot that the community weren't aware of. But to see what has been done since, and I know it did take a long time, in months in fact, for that special piece to come for the lift. So I'm glad to see that that's happened, and I really appreciate the efforts of council. So can you please pass on my thanks and the community's thanks to the team that have done the work. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Melissa. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I endorse those comments of Councillor Melissa's as well, but it's come to my attention, I've been around a bit over the holidays, and I think that we need to have a piece of a partnership with Queensland Police. I, as a single female, have been trying even to walk up here at night time to my car at the back, and I feel unsafe. And I think that, you know, we all understand the tragedy of homelessness, but at the end of the day, there's human rights attached to people as well, the general public. And I think we need to probably work together with the police, because it's their issue actually if there's a safety danger, and that's all I'll say. But I will not walk up here of a night time. I have to go around that way if I want to get to my car. So, and it's not the only place in the city. So, but you would think that City Hall would be safe, but it is not. And then when you're thinking about needles and other things that are around the place, I think that I don't know how we all put our minds towards that, but it's quite a tragedy for our community, for the people involved, but also for the general public. And I think a feeling of safety needs to be present with our people, and I don't believe at the moment it's there, certainly not after dark. Thank you.
Now, you want to comment on that, Nick? I know that you're... No, that's fine. We'll just take it as a comment. Yeah. There is... Sure.
We talk about human rights in our considerations and other things, but I often believe that we forget about the silent majority and the people who do struggle with children and other things, trying to have safety in getting around our city and our townships. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Carroll. I can let you know there is plenty going on in that space, as you're aware of as well. And our, certainly, council security team are doing a tremendous job as well, trying to do those things. It is complex, as you say. Thank you, Nick. Any other questions for Acting CEO? If not, the motion before us then is that the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report be received. Councillor Rebecca move, Councillor Bill second. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Councillors, we move to item number 11, which is the Mayor's monthly report for January, and it's been provided for yours and the community's reading pleasure. I would just like to make a couple of very quick points. First of which is around the efforts of our council team working with the Pure Land Learning College in regard to the gathering of solidarity that we had in the Village Green. Tanya is in the room, and Brendan, I know that our stakeholder communications team, together with security, our community development team, all worked really well to put that together. So I wanted to place that on public record. And of course, this Thursday is another moment for us as a nation to pause at 7:01, light a candle as we remember those lives that were tragically taken in a terrorist attack at Bondi. I just, particularly Tanya and Brendan, you're in the room, but can you please pass that on as well, because I don't think we imagined the amount of people that would have turned up there, to be honest, and I know you scrambled to do all you could, and it was very well done. Second of which, councillors, and for the community, is in regard to the free public transport bus trial that we had for the mayoral carols and then subsequently the New Year's Eve. And it is in the report. Councillors will know that the decision was made only a few days before the mayoral carols, so it was treated definitely as a trial for the bus company as much as it was for the community. And we had an opportunity then to trial where these buses were going. So by New Year's Eve, those that will remember that evening locally here, there was a bit of rough weather around, and no one really knew how it would pan out. However, there were over 300 people actually used the free buses, which indicates that this is something that is worth pursuing. So Marie and her team in ISG will be coming back to us with opportunities how that could potentially be expanded even to regional centres where large events take place. And I think, importantly, of something like the Australian Camp Oven Festival in Millmerran, to have those sorts of opportunities, I think would be great for them. So I wanted to raise that. And finally, I thank Councillor Rebecca and Councillor Kerry, advocacy that took place at both Crestbrook Dam and at the member for Blair's office, Shane Newman, prior to Christmas to talk about the dam and in fact give some insights into the enormity of it. And Senator Mulholland visited the site, which was fantastic. And in fact, the member for Blair knows of the site reasonably well, more than what we anticipated, because he had been on site some years ago, which was great. So and obviously it'll be part of the advocacy, particularly for the federal government in regard to funding for the Crestbrook Dam Safety Improvement Project in our budget submission. So councillors, that's a summary of what the mayoral report. Are there any questions? Comments? If not, the motion before us is that the Mayor's monthly report be received. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you for that. We then move to the next item, which is the item 11, Officer's Report, which is 11.1, Assessment of Change of Application for Material Change of Use, Code Intensive Horticulture, Blueberry Farm, located at 9203 New England Highway, GM, Queensland 4352. This report has been prepared by Ed Johnson, a General Manager. So Ed, I welcome to you, and Joe, it looks like. So you've got some support crew, which is great. Do appreciate it. Councillors are pretty well aware of this particular development that's taking place. In fact, prior to your arrival, Ed and Joe, so you may have learned a bit more during this process as well about this, which is fine. But I might hand over to you, Ed, if you don't mind, and then we'll go to questions, if that's okay.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and through you, to give a very high-level outline to councillors. I'm very conscious there's a long history here with this particular matter, but the change application before council seeks to vary the conditions of the approval to facilitate road construction as conditioned. The extent of vegetation clearing within the road reserve as proposed is currently not known at a detailed level. So what officers have sought to do is to assist in the process, which is frustrated by the conditions, to allow for construction of the roads along the alignment that's required by the approval, but have the detail of that come through as the detailed engineering designs come along. The second part of the process in terms of that is there's obviously vegetation removal contemplated through that process, of which the predominant jurisdiction over that sits with the state government through the State Assessment and Referral Agency as it relates to koala habitat. Now, council is unable to compel offsets for state matters, and therefore the report as put to you and the way in which we've recommended an approval of the change application in part seeks to remove council from the discussion around vegetation offsets as it sits outside of our jurisdiction. I appreciate that there are many aspects to this change application and development history, so more than happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ed. Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Chair. So thanks for the report, General Manager Ed. I guess if we just are going to talk about the numbers here and the quantums of the non-juvenile koala habitat trees. So initially, the applicant wanted to remove 249 mature trees, and now they're asking to do 444. So almost double what they initially came to us with. And the state says that for their offsets, they have to do 1,249 plantings. Now they have a covenant. There's covenant B in their paperwork there, that of those 1,249 trees that they would be required to plant, 529 of them can go in covenant B, that's what they're saying, which leaves 720 plus unaccounted for, and their proposal is to put them in the road reserve. And council officers have said no. And so where that leaves us is more established koala trees being removed and insufficient offsets being delivered. And I think that for the community, that's a poor outcome. But I think it's also a really mixed message that we're sending to the state. So there might be questions around the room, and we can go into more detail, but I think that if getting the road built is a condition of the original application, then what we could look at doing is getting the road built and making sure that those offsets are actually delivered. So there's a alternate proposal that I'm putting up there, which is basically, yes, agrees with the officer's recommendation, which is to get the road built, but it says that to the extent that it is safe to do so from council's engineering standards, that those trees that are required for the offsets are planted in the road reserve. And there might be questions around that, but the bottom line really is that it's a rural road reserve. There's not a lot of maintenance that are done on these rural road reserves in any case, and something is better than nothing. And if we don't do this, we're going to be short 720 trees. So that's the motion that I'd put up, Mayor.
So let's just, it's up on the screen there now, Wendy, that's right? That's from the Councillor Rebecca, which is different to the officers. So just by way of clarity for all councillors, do you want to just read that through? I know you've explained it, just from a perspective of clarity.
And again, I can get into the debate part of this at some point in the explanation in detail, but that council approve the change application MCUC 2023-4579B regarding a development approval for the material change of use code, intensive horticulture, Blueberry Farm, pursuant to the provisions of Section 81 of the Planning Act 2016, the extent approved. The extent to which the change representations are approved, changes to list the amended ecological impact assessment as an approved document, and initially, councillors, that was not done. Amendment to condition 7 and later reference to document condition 106, and changes to allow for clearing of vegetation to be undertaken within Connolly and Carl Road Reserve to the extent that it is required to facilitate their construction in accordance with council standards, condition 106, with an additional notation inserted under condition 106.2, and if we can just scroll down a little bit more. Note, any offset plantings as required by the state may be undertaken within council's road reserve only where it has been determined through a subsequent operational works permit as not impacting on the safety and efficiency of the transport network and not posing an unreasonable maintenance burden on council.
Thanks very much, Councillor Rebecca. I've indicated, or Councillor Carroll has indicated to second this motion, which I'll take that. I just, from a clarity perspective, I just wanted Ed first, if you don't mind, councillors, just to check that we're in line with what we should be in regard to the state and the process take place. So if you wouldn't mind commenting on that, Ed.
Thank you, and through the chair, there's a couple of pieces to that. In terms of the 1,249 plantings contemplated by the offset regime set by the state, there are a couple of elements that may well impact that number. In terms of the extent of clearing actually required at a detailed design level to facilitate road reserve construction, as well as the extent of vegetation that's been identified for removal as a result of that construction that sits outside of the koala habitat mapping and therefore wouldn't require an offset. So the practical outcome of that would likely be a reduction in the total offset amount. And for that reason, the officers are sort of working through the process, and that's why we didn't recommend endorsement of that ecological assessment, because we think there's further detail to come within that can be resolved at the operational works component. In terms of planting, offset planting within road reserve areas, I completely accept and understand the perspective that where there is a removal of habitat that cannot be contained within the covenant area, then it is a very practical and realistic outcome that should be planted elsewhere on the side or where that impact's felt. I think the nature of the offset framework is one that allows for both monetary and on-ground offsets, as well as off-site offsets, and we're not sort of looking to wade into that necessarily, but rather require and support the state in requiring offsets as they're triggered by the proposed development. We wouldn't, and the nature of the recommendation as put to council doesn't support offset within the road reserves for three primary reasons. Number one, the maintenance of offset vegetation within the road reserve would likely be one that is put to council to maintain as part of effectively council-controlled land. The ability to, I guess, operate the road reserve for a road and the road pavement within that, albeit I acknowledge that could likely be resolved through the detailed engineering designs. And then as well, I guess the precedent component for that, there's a very strong principle that offsets contemplated by development should be borne, and the obligation for that should be borne by the developer themselves and not utilising public assets to do so. So that's I guess the basis for why the recommendation was originally put to council, but I accept, I completely accept and understand, I guess, the varying opinions around that. In terms of the alternate motion, that is absolutely something that we can work through with the proponent, noting that it allows for officers to move through to the next stage of the process, which is the operational works applications, to really bed down, I guess, with the state support as well, noting that they're a party to this discussion. The quantum of clearing that's offsettable, where those offsets should be located, combined with the road arrangement and the casement within that, to work through at that very detailed design level to ensure that we can manage risk where it does arise through that.
Thank you. Just for clarity, there's nothing in there that's a red flag to think there's a problem. Thanks, Councillor Rebecca. So I do have a seconder in Councillor Carroll. There are some questions. So Councillor Bill, Councillor Melissa, Councillor Trevor. James, Edwina, Tim, everyone's going to have a crack here. We'll start with you, Councillor Bill, and then we'll work through.
Pardon me. Chair, question through to Ed or the officer. My concern is indiscriminate offsets that are planted somewhere totally irrelevant to enhancing the koala habitat. So couldn't we in fact ask, or SARA, the state body, to look at targeted offsets within this area and not necessarily on a road reserve? I'm sorry, but koalas don't recognise boundary fences or different landowners. The whole objective here is to try and preserve a habitat. Whilst I see Councillor Rebecca's reasoning as something's better than nothing, but shouldn't we be pushing back and saying, well, look, Sarah, that's your offset mandate numbers, then work in trying to not just preserve but enhance the koala habitat in the general area. And that isn't on public road reserve. That's where I'm sort of wanting to head with it. Have we some ability to question the state and say, well, look, in order to make sure we get the remaining questionable up to 700 trees, depending on the extent of clearing in the road reserve, and that'll be detailed as an operational works, as you say. But I think it's a win for, and what I keep on harping on about a sustainability measure where we're not just trying to protect and preserve, but enhance when there's disruption to those areas.
Ed, you're comfortable to answer that question? Thank you, Bill.
Through the chair, the council, through our process and the interface with the SARA, the State Assessment and Referral Agency, is one where SARA have the entire jurisdiction and conditioning authority to dictate how offsets are provided on site. I presume that they would condition offsets in a manner consistent with the state offset policy, which does allow for varying offset methodologies to occur. I accept and understand the feeling around, well, some is better than none, or monetary offsets, particularly in the circumstances here. And I guess that's the officers have taken, I guess, the legislative approach, and one that is set up by the legislative regime as well as our own planning scheme to arrive at the recommendation. But I accept and completely understand the approach that's contemplated by the alternate recommendation, which would allow for some, and I guess that's the balancing element the council can undertake through that. So
I don't feel as though you answered my question. What ability or
none?
No, so we can't advocate to the State Department to say, hey, you've set this number. How can we reach an amenable outcome other than a road reserve for 700 trees, mature trees, that are going to be lost in trying to not just protect but enhance when there's diminishing koala habitat as a result of this development?
Yeah, the short answer is we have no legislative ability to do so. We have relationships with the state where we can advise that we'd prefer a certain outcome to occur, but there's no obligation on any party to follow that advice.
Have we done that?
We provided a response to the state to say that we would expect offsets to be provided in accordance with the offsets policy, which is consistent with how offsets are treated across Queensland. That's the extent of the information that we've provided.
Unfortunately, it'll probably end up as an indiscriminate paddock in the middle of nowhere, instead of up against pressure areas where development is encroaching on habitat.
So, and I guess, and that was the question around the motion that's now been seconded. It is on the books, is in regard to I guess the legal side of things and where we sit. Ed's answered that question, so maybe it's something. Councillor Bill, it might be something for an LGAQ type of a motion or something like that, perhaps for later on in the year. So, Councillor Melissa, and Councillor Trevor, Councillor James, Councillor Edwina, Councillor Tim, Councillor Kerry. And I've got Councillor Carroll and Councillor Gary left without anything yet, so you're in as well? Okay. Councillor Melissa.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, through you. Thank you for the report. I want to ensure that the decision we make today strikes the right balance between enabling essential infrastructure delivery while protecting Council's governance, risk and financial position, and ensuring environmental impacts are minimised and controlled. So 2 questions, if I may. If council refused the change entirely, would the development still be able to comply with road safety requirements? And 2, how will council ensure that the clearing is strictly limited to what is necessary and not expanded over time?
Thank you for the question, and through the chair. In response to question 1, without some sort of shift in the current approval regime, the development would continue to be frustrated by itself, by the approval, insofar as the conditions can't be complied with as they're worded, knowing now what we know now. In response to question 2, how do we strike that balance? I guess it's that detailed engineering work that's contemplated both by the original recommendation to council and supported by the alternate motion as well, which allows council officers to work with the applicant to the extent that that's able to be done, to design a road pavement and arrangement that facilitates the retention of as many trees as can be done so within that road reserve. So that would likely, the practical reality of that is we would likely end up in portions with non-standard road reserves and pavement arrangements.
Thanks, Councillor Melissa. Councillor Trevor.
Thanks, Mayor. I notice with their traffic report, there's about 30 or 40 people working there on that to access that road. There will not be 30 or 40 cars or trucks come in there every day because the workers will come in vans, 3 or 4 people. So the number of traffic coming in there will be quite minimal. Now, if the trees are knocked over, 700 of them or whatever along that road, whose expense is it to clear those trees, get rid of them, all that type of stuff? And if there's any offsets, which I think you've said we can't enforce them to plant along the roadway, who would look after them and get them to a substantial height? And my third question is, since Rolf nominees left this room last year, have they been hit with any further fines from state or local government?
The cost of roadworks would be borne by the proponent because it's non-trunk infrastructure. So it'd be entirely at the expense of the applicant in this case. In response to who maintains, how does that work? Under this alternate resolution, we'd need to work through that to ensure that any offset arrangements conditioned by the state are ones that don't place unreasonable burdens or maintenance obligations onto council. So there's both a land tenure component and a practical reality component of that in terms of if council were to inherit what in effect becomes protected trees where they're not currently through various exemptions. So we'd need to work through that level of detail. And then in terms of compliance action, I'm unaware of any recent compliance action that's been taken for works since that approval was issued. I'm aware that there is a long history of various aspects of compliance undertaken on this land, both by council and by the state in relation to unlawful development and unlawful works on the site.
Thank you, Ed. I just still have question marks over the whole thing. And is it going to, if we give approval, is it going to flow through practically, and are they going to play the game? Because we're back here again. Thank you.
Yeah, there's the alternate recommendation provides a good chance of resolving the frustrations that exist within the current approval. Will they play ball or not? That's entirely a question for the proponent. What I will say is council is unable to contemplate non-compliance with conditions as a relevant matter in assessing the application. That is, you cannot presume that one will not do the right thing. It has to be taken that they will, and we must continue to work through with proponents to facilitate that where we can.
Next, Councillor Trevor. Councillor James.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Ed. A lot of the questions probably have probably been asked, but a couple others just quickly. I just want to understand. I know and understand the point you've raised around the additional burden on council should these be in a road reserve. What's that exactly look like from a time, financial point of view? What is that extra burden we're referring to that would fall on council?
Yeah, at a series of principles levels, the intent of offsets is to plant vegetation to be retained in perpetuity to offset the impact that the removal of other vegetation would contemplate. So that's a long-term obligation and one that ultimately is typically managed within either vegetation covenants, protection covenants, which is contemplated on the land in Covenant B, or other legal instruments to ensure that that is stitched up in that way. How does that play out on road reserve, which is effectively untenured land? We need to work through, and I guess the alternate motion allows officers to work through how that would play out. But the practical reality is one where we would look to place as much obligation for the maintenance and safety of any vegetation that's planted, both as offsets or retained within that area as a result of what's contemplated sits with the developer.
And do we have the power to be able to do that under our rules, legislations, our scheme?
It's untested. To my knowledge, it's untested because we effectively become a party to that offset arrangement. So we obviously have some power in that process, but this contemplates that. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, and finally, Mayor, if I can just the comment also add to this, like it doesn't help us in this situation, but this is one if we can kick the 10 down the road in terms of when we're looking at this new planning scheme. I think this is one of those topics that comes up a lot, and it's one that's misunderstood in community and at a very principle level. It doesn't make sense when to general public they say developer said they'll plant trees and council said no, or developer said we'll plant a park and council says no because of these restrictions. So I would hope that in the development of a new planning scheme, that's something we can actually look at, so that there is additional trees, there's additional burden, there's an additional cost, or if the control over who has to maintain them, because it doesn't sit. It just doesn't work at the moment. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor James. Councillor Edwina, then Councillor Tim, Councillor Kerry, and then Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Chair. Just for clarification with the note, that last sentence, not posing an unreasonable maintenance burden on council. So if it does become an unreasonable maintenance burden, then we're saying that they won't be able to plant those extra 700 trees. So
they would need to find another offset arrangement compliant with the state offset framework. So that may well be that they plant vegetation off-site in a dedicated sort of offset reserve. They might rehabilitate. There are a number of ways to sort of skin the proverbial cat in relation to offsets. So we're not forcing a particular outcome through that if it does become an unreasonable maintenance burden.
And so those 700 there's just no way of them being planted on their land, is that correct?
I think both the quantum and the arrangement, so the quantum of clearing is currently undetermined because we need to work through the level of detail in an alternative road arrangement to facilitate the retention of as many trees as can be done. And then the offset amount as a result of that is one dictated by both the clearing extents and the location of that clearing, whether it's within mapped habitat or not. So what we're saying is you should preference retention on site within that covenant area and get as many as you can in there whilst delivering the offset arrangement. And then this allows for, once that's exhausted, for it to be contemplated within the road reserve.
Okay, thank you. And just secondly, in relation to the state's koala habitat mapping, and I know it's very hit and miss within our region. Can we have an update? I know we've been talking to the state on trying to get more accurate mapping and get our whole region mapped, because looking at our new plan, what we're working on at the moment, I just feel like we're flying blind a little bit because we don't know where the koala mapping is and isn't, where the habitats are. I know most of the people in the different parts of the region and pockets know where they are, but it'd be really handy to get that mapping across our whole region. And can we just get an update on where we're at with that, with the state? I know we've asked them to look at that, and I know this is a question without notice, sorry.
Yeah, What I will say is there's a significant body of work that Council's undertaking in relation to vegetation mapping in preparation for the new planning scheme, how that relates in terms of the state government's updated mapping program, particularly for koala habitat within SEQ. I'd have to take that particular aspect on notice, but happy to report back. We've got a CIS coming up on vegetation management, so happy to bring it back through that process.
Thank you.
Councillor Edwina. Councillor Tim.
Chair, thanks. Ed, Joe, thank you for this. I'm a little at a loss, confused all over the shop here, and I need you to talk me through this. This came to us a year and a half ago, prior to both of you. I've stood on the site personally and seen where their offsets are, and I was happy. But when this originally came, we didn't want access off the highway, we wanted access around the back, and there was an ecological impact assessment that said up to 240 trees throughout that back, no koala habitat would be possibly removed, possibly retained. That was given to us in an ecological impact assessment that we signed off on as part of that decision. Now we have another ecological impact assessment that says, actually, 444 are being knocked down and 349 are being retained. So we're at 700 trees that, we're going to retain some of them. I have trouble with why, and certainly Range Environmental has done them both for the same proponents, and they do a good job, but why has the ecological impact assessment changed so significantly? Have our road processes changed, or what's the difference here?
It's the very heart of the issue. The most simple answer that I can provide is one where the original offset or clearing and offset number was one where the road alignment contemplated at the time was one that was off centre and ran, I guess, on the side of within the road reserve that assisted in providing the least amount of clearing. What's been revealed through that process is that is not a practical or feasible outcome in terms of delivery of road infrastructure because of the drainage arrangements and how the water would flow over the road, as well as, I guess, the further level of detailed design that's evolved as time has passed. So there was one road arrangement contemplated within the original approval that's not able to be delivered, and that's resulted in the updated figures that are before you within the updated report.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I feel like if these numbers had have been originally presented, there may have been some different conversations at the time, and I feel a little bit like the background of that application was they didn't know they needed to do it. The guy stood up here and said misadventure, and then they got their work done properly. And I could see the work was done properly. Now it's like this is the actual work, and it's a completely different story. So that's where I'm at a loss. The original, so do we have to the Deputy Mayor's point, can we just use, do we have to have it as an approved document?
The original recommendation put to council is one where it doesn't become an approved document, predominantly because of the dissatisfaction from officers with utilising the road reserve for offset planting, because that is one contemplated by that updated document to say, well, here is the offset amount, or here's the extent of clearing, and we want to use road reserve to facilitate an offset where on-site offsets are exhausted. That's the reason that the officers haven't recommended that updated report be approved, as well as, I guess, there's further work to go in terms of firming up that figure. So it is open to council to not approve that document insofar. But what I will say is, I guess there is an inherent frustration that the approval provides itself, which is achieve road access in a particular manner, and that's one to the satisfaction of TMR with highway access. That does force a particular route to access the site and to deliver that. The original approval said, well, no clearing within that road reserve. We had a level of detail that presumably the officers of the day were satisfied with. That's transpired that that's not the case, and that's where we arrive at today.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for that. Just one more, Chair, if I could. The original condition 106, and it's mentioned here, but it talks about you're allowed to remove vegetation in 106.2. That is required within those road reserves, basically. And so we've got differing numbers of up to 450, but you've said, if I could pick up on that comment around detailed design, would actually show us how many of them can be retained. So are we talking maximum 450 here, or are we talking most likely, or I'd just like some clarification. It's up in the air really at the moment.
It is up in the air, and I'm not comfortable providing council clarification as to whether it's going to be lower, the same, or higher, because we simply don't have that information to hand to furnish council at this point in time.
Thank you for the answers.
Good. Thanks, Councillor Tim. Councillor Kerry.
Thanks. Just a couple of items of clarification. We refer to it as council's road reserve. It is council's property, not state's.
It is a council road reserve. Yeah. Oh, okay. It's a council has a responsibility for that road reserve. Yes.
But it doesn't have to. We can deal with it. We can.
Yes.
Make provisions requiring planting of trees on land that we don't really own. So, secondly, is it the case that, in simple terms, what's the application relates to they are required to make this application because of council's policy PSP number 2 engineering standards, etc., referred to in the report. That's why they have to make the application.
Yeah, in short, yes. So PSP2 contains pavement widths and casement widths for non-sealed areas. What we're looking to do in this circumstance, and PSP2 allows for flexibility in how that is arrived at. Obviously, we have a design standard, but that design standard can be varied where there are good reasons to do so, and this would assist in that process. So that might be a smaller pavement in some sections to off radius bends and things like that. So that's how we would resolve it.
Yeah, my point is, suppose we're here today discussing this because of a council requirement, not because of actions of the applicant.
Correct. I think that the council requirement is one insofar as that the road is safe and trafficable. How that's arrived at is one, we obviously have a preferred arrangement, which is expressed in PSP2, but that can be varied where there are good reasons. So it's not we're not seeking to put a blanket approach in terms of road design that would force the removal. The issue and the genesis for the extent of removal is one, to provide a safe road reserve for the public.
Good. Councillor Kerry. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to be quite honest about this. This was a decision made to try to rectify a safe access and egress to an area that was already operating. This is a road to try to make the road safe. They've been using access onto the New England Highway where it is 100 k's, where there's double lines, and where I myself have almost hit a car coming out of there. So my question to you, I guess, is that access that they're using it and have been using for probably 3 years, and which was the original access to the rural property before it became a seasonal blueberry farm, is that access at present, which is not safe and causes risk to every person, I guess, that comes in and out, and people on the New England Highway, is that going to be closed once this road was a condition of the permission to operate the actual area that was operating quite some time without permission. So I think we're very fortunate that there has not been anyone involved in a car accident. And for Councillor Trevor's area, seasonally, yes, there are up to 40 cars going in there every day. So, I mean, I guess the fact is we're talking about, my question to you is that, I'll leave the rest for debate. I'm not firm on something being in a road reserve. My comment to you and question, I guess, is we go through all of this and all of these concerns about vegetation for koalas and where it should be and whatever and how we clear the road reserve. Are we going to do all that for nothing if what they're using at the moment, an unsafe access, is going to be left open?
Through the chair, whether or not that existing access remains open or closed would have to be a question put to TMR as the operators of the highway and the interchange. I'm not aware of any plans one way or another in relation to that particular intersection, except to say that TMR took a view during the original assessment to require access in the manner conditioned, and we're looking to continue that trend.
And just for you, Ed, it isn't an intersection. It's just a driveway that comes in off the road. And this condition was to try to take it to a more safe area where they could come and go off the road. So I guess my frustration is the fact that we're going through all this and all these trees could be taken down just to fulfil something that's not going to be used. And I think that in itself does not pass the pub test. So I'll wait for debate about the trees, but that's an observation that I think needs to be looked at, and perhaps we should have found that out prior to ensuring or putting these conditions on it and going through all these process when actually at the moment they're using a road and they're turning right over double lines. So, you know, I mean, it's just... to me, it is really frustrating, and I'd like to know the answer to that question. And this isn't committee; this is ordinary meeting. So we have to know today before we make a decision. We're fortunate no one's been killed there.
Through the chair, I completely accept the point that you're making, and I guess the inherent frustration that exists with that. But what I will say is I come back to an earlier comment, which is we have to presume compliance with the approval in terms of a decision-making perspective. So it would be my recommendation, my strong recommendation to council that whether or not that intersection remains open or closed, the presumption would be that they follow the conditions of the approval and utilise the approved access route contemplated both within the existing approval and enshrined within the change application as well.
Okay, councillors, is there any other questions or comments? Councillor Gary.
Ask how Councillor Rebecca's motion varies from one you put up, because I'm confused too with all this.
Councillor Rebecca,
like, does it vary much, or like is it?
It allows, in the most simple terms, what it does is allow for offsets to be planted within the road reserve. Yeah. Other than that, it's effectively the same. Yeah.
So, Councillor Rebecca, you've got your motion is up, and it's the one we're dealing with at the moment. Given the conversation, you're happy to continue on with that motion, with what it is. Okay, so we've got a mover in Councillor Rebecca, a second in Councillor Carroll. Is there any need to go into debate? Yeah, I'll allow that. Is there any need to go into debate? So you're going to go into debate?
I'd like to.
I'll give Councillor Rebecca the opportunity to talk to the motion, given the conversation we've had. So if you still want to speak against it, happy to, but I will go to the mover of the motion to basically sum up, irrespective. So it's up to you. All's in your court. Councillor Rebecca's going to speak anyway.
Yeah, I'd like to speak against it.
Speak against? That's fine. Councillor Rebecca, I'll go over to you. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. So I can't tell you how much I hate this. and I would dearly love to vote this down. And I think that this has been an absolutely sorry saga, right from the jump. I voted against this development application when it came to council, and I stand by my vote, but I accept the will of the council was to approve the development application. And we're at this position now where, you know, General Manager Ed, you said we have to assume compliance. And I can tell you it's pretty darn hard to do that when this whole blueberry farm work began before approval was sought or granted. Satellite images show that work continued even after the application was lodged and we hadn't voted on it. Councillor Tim's right, the applicant came in here and said that it was a case of misadventure. Then the state has fined them almost $15,000 because they've removed mapped koala habitat and they've been ordered to fully rehabilitate the site. And the state said there is no excuse for illegally clearing mapped koala habitat which threatens the future of these iconic, beloved and protected species, but doing so for commercial gains is particularly unjustifiable. Then from a compliance perspective again, for council, we fined them $15,500 in October of 2023 for a breach of the Planning Act. In November 2023, we fined them $7,700 for a breach of the Planning Act. In January of 2024, we fined them almost $15,500, again for an alleged breach of the Planning Act. That one was subsequently withdrawn. So it's really hard, General Manager, when you say that we have to assume compliance. So I have done this today because the will of the council was to approve this application. And they have a condition in that application which frustrates it. And so if we don't, they're going to get their road. Because otherwise, to not get their road is in contravention of the initial approval. So if we don't approve a road that they can use, we're going to end up in court. So I know that we are in this situation, which is just absolutely horrifically awful. They're going to get their road. We've got anemic laws and anemic protections. So that leaves us with three options. We either approve the original recommendation from officers, which said, yep, we understand there's state offsets, but we don't want them in the road reserve, so we'll just call it quitsies on that 700 trees. We vote it down is the second option, and knowing where that's going to leave us. Or number three is what I've proposed here, which is they get their road and they have to plant the offsets, and it is sending a message that the will of this council is that the trees do get planted and the offsets just don't get wiped. And I think that at the end of the day, something is better than nothing. And I just hope that at the end of all of this, there are some real lessons that officers can also learn from this process, and that we don't find ourselves in these positions again, and that there's also a lesson learnt, and that the will of council officers, the will of the council is really made clear to the council officers.
Councillor Rebecca, Speaker against Councillor Bill.
Yeah, I too am reluctant to speak against it, but I still, whether you call me a stupid optimist in pushing back on the state and getting SARA to do their work, when you look at attachment 6 in the report, the approved ecological assessment report, and you've got a site map there of the property in its entirety, and you've got Covenant B and Covenant A areas. I understand why the state slapped a fine on them for knocking vegetation in that Covenant B area, as I understand, Ed, I might be wrong. But I still see opportunity for more trees. Let's not forget, I've been around a while, known this proponent before amalgamation, and Rebecca alluded to some of those instances where there's been infringements. I do think, and the reason for my voting against it, not that I disagree with trying to enhance those vegetated areas, it's the nature of the vegetation, and it's protected. It's in perpetuity, it's forever, so we can't knock them down in a road reserve either. So I'm saying we should really push back. There should be some real conversations, meaningful conversations with the department about the opportunity to further expand. Because I can assure you, no, well, I won't say that. I am confident that Covenant A area has been degraded radically over the years. And there should be enough room for that area to be expanded. And I'm not quite sure what the map says, LLA and LLA reserve, those black and red squares there. I don't understand what that means, but I do see opportunity for Covenant A to be expanded as well within the property. And why do I say that? Well, look just to the north, the massive trees. As I said, koalas don't recognise boundary fences. It connects back, and there's an opportunity to enhance that area that's been degraded illegally, in my personal view, over many years. So that's why I'm hold out that we have some meaningful conversation with the department, with Sarah, to push back and make sure that this proponent has the responsibility to preserve and rehabilitate what's been destroyed. That's the only reason why I'm voting against it, Rebecca.
Speaker in favour of the motion, Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I can't add much to what Councillor Rebecca has said, but the frustration of the fact that this property changed hands because people couldn't do what they wanted to do because there was no access in and out except a driveway. But since this person's gotten this has all happened. As far as the trees are concerned, the loss of mature koala trees is damaging to all wildlife, not just koalas. And whilst I'm not firm on that the offset trees, and I understand the reasons why we don't want them to be planted in the road reserve, but that is actually where they are, the mature trees. They are in the road reserve. And the road reserve has been, whilst there's been one there conveniently, it was never really ever going to have to be used except to try to legalise the access for this. You operate without permission, then you ask permission, but continue operating unfettered. So impacts on neighbouring properties, that's been done with impunity. So the majority of the koala trees are in the corridor. No, koalas don't observe boundaries, but they do use corridors. And if we're not going to allow any to be planted in the road reserve, well, they're better to be planted somewhere than nowhere, bearing in mind that small trees take quite some time to be effective. They'll take at least, depending on the weather conditions, 10 to 20 years. So with that in mind, this has been a most frustrating and absolutely upsetting situation for 3 years. And the whole community out there, this person, when this actual company that started operating, then asked forgiveness, and actually it's happened. So despite all the noise and the people out there that have been impacted in their daily lives by this. So we've found a way, and as Councillor Rebecca said, that was Council's will at the time. I don't want to see anyone dead on the road, but if we don't if that road's not closed, that's what's going to happen, and all this will be for no reason except lines on a map. So I'm strongly in favour that if we don't put them in the road reserve, they need to be put somewhere. And obviously they're not going to put them on their own property because they've cleared the same thing there on their property without permission. So I actually support this by way of it's going to help in some way to at least get some vegetation planted. So it's not going to solve anything. It's one of the worst examples of planning that I have ever seen in my time, in 25 years on council. So I support this motion for the fact that it does do something towards trying to have something there for the future, but it doesn't do anything for good planning, for well planned out businesses or anything like that. And it's very frustrating, but I do support it. And to vote against it, look, you've got to... Sarah, the state government has responsibility and they need to take that responsibility seriously. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Speaker against the motion, Councillor Trevor.
No, thanks, Mayor. I agree with Councillor Rebecca. There's 3 decisions today. Vote totally against it, your motion, and there was another one. Office of Original. Every time I hear their name, as they said, misadventure, how trustable is this company to do what we agree to here today? That's the thing. And there's so many unknown variables that we've heard today that we don't really know a correct answer to. So, yeah, we're in a lot of limbo here, as in which direction do we go? Yes, the officers have done the reports, yada, 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 great. We've got a company here, as I said before. I don't trust them because they've been fined and fined and fined for doing stuff outside local government and state government rules and regulations. Very difficult decision.
Thanks. Speaker in favour of the motion? If not, Councillor Rebecca, you'd like to sum up?
Yeah, thank you. I'm not going to be sad if this is defeated and then we go to a vote and it is the will of council because we're just not happy at all that we end up in a negative position. This is an attempt to try to find the best way forward for our community because what was initially proposed in the officer's recommendation wasn't good for the community and it wasn't good for the message that we send the state either. Just saying don't worry about some of the offsets that you've required, that's a terrible message to send to the state. I wish we could push back and say, put these trees in this particular place. I wish we could do that to the state, desperately so, but we can't. So the best that we can do is at least say that we value trees. That's at least a consistent message that we can deliver to the state. And I think that the die was cast when this application was originally approved. The day that it was originally approved, we were set on a course and now we have to act in accordance with the legislation. And what is proposed is far from ideal, but I think it is the best that we can do for our community and for the environment.
Thank you, Councillor Rebecca. Therefore, the motion I will put, which is before you. Councillor Tim? Oh, okay. Councillor Wendy, could you slide that up the screen a little bit, please? So okay, the motion's been moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour of the motion? Those against? Councillor Trevor, Councillor Tim, you'd like your vote recorded? Okay, we'll call division of the vote. Thanks, Ed. Thank you, Joe. Thanks very much. Councillors, item number 11.2 is the new temporary planning instrument, which is effectively an extension of the current one. I propose we do this and then we will adjourn for a small break. So Ed, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Councillors, the resolution, the recommendation before you seeks to adopt or to make a new TLPI that facilitates the continuing protection of local heritage places under the planning scheme. The short story is one where legislative regime changes some time ago created a gap where there could be instances where demolition to local heritage places doesn't require council assessment and therefore can take place. This process seeks to continue to close that gap whilst the new planning scheme process continues. The current TLPI in force expires, I believe, on the 16th of February, so this looks to ensure the commencement of a new TLPI that will directly replace the existing TLPI that's been in force for about 4 years now. Thank you, councillors.
Thanks very much. Ed, any questions? Councillor Trevor?
Thanks for this, Ed. Great to see that we're trying to look after heritage buildings with the TLPI, but I'd also like to TLPI to look after heritage trees. Thank you.
Okay, well, we're on this one here at the moment, Councillor Trevor, so we'll keep that one for the process that we're going through as well, and no doubt you've heard from the GM earlier about an information session coming up in regard to that matter. Any other questions, councillors? If not, the motion before us is pretty straightforward. It's in 4 parts. I don't propose to read that. Moved by Councillor Edwina, seconded by Councillor Kerry. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We might call for a motion to adjourn for 10 minutes. Moved by Councillor Kerry, seconded by Councillor James. Those in favour? Motion's carried. 10 minutes. Councillors, we will resume the meeting, the ordinary meeting of Council for January, and welcome back. We'll move to item 11.3, which is the amendment to fees and charges register, and it's in relation to the renewable energy social impact assessment, community benefit agreements, cost recovery fee, which is a direct impact of Council's decision at the end of last year in regard to both of these items, and then this is simply putting this into a fees and charge and the number that's come to. So I'll hand over to Ed and then we'll go to questions. Thanks, Ed.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm not sure I can add much more than you've already described, but this does allow for officers to recover costs associated with striking community benefit agreements as it relates to projects captured by the legislative amendments in this space. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ed, and thank you for the report as well, the benchmarking background. Given this is new, very new for all, appreciate the effort that's gone in with you and your officers in regard to it. Are there any questions, councillors, in regard to this matter? Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you to GM Ed. Thanks for the report. Just a couple of questions, if I may. First one is, what assumptions underpin the $37,500 figure, and how did we arrive at that? Two, are there scenarios where council may waive or vary the fee, and if so, who approves that? And three, does council have sufficient internal capability to manage the multiple concurrent SIAs and CBAs, or are we likely to rely heavily on external consultants?
Thanks, Councillor Melissa. Hand over to you, Ed, to work through those three.
Thank you. Through the chair, if I neglect to answer one, please do pull me up. In terms of assumptions leading into this, what we did was predominantly two exercises. One, we had a look at what we reasonably expect the work to take to assess the social impacts associated with these sorts of projects. I will note that it's several, if we're vicariously aware of 8 different projects underway within the region at varying stages that would be captured through this process. That's several $1 billion worth of development activity and construction activity, particularly in the Millmere and Cecil Plains precinct within there, with approximately 700 full-time equivalent staff on an ongoing basis post-construction activity. So that assumes all projects proceed through to construction and ultimately are switched onto the grid. So managing that impact is one that is significant, particularly within the context of both Millmerran and Cecil Plains. And I was out there last night with the community reference panel to understand, well, how do we best measure those? How do we understand that? We're getting a very good level of intelligence around that, and we fed that into understanding, well, what might the tasks be in terms of assessing these social impact assessments and ultimately moving through the community benefit agreement process. We've also undertaken a blended hourly rate across that to ensure that we are cost recovering through that process, and that's where we arrived at that fee on top of benchmarking other local government areas across Queensland in this space. I know Southern Downs are proposing a $50,000 flat fee, others are proposing tiered fee structures based on generation capacity, and others are taking an hourly rate process. In terms of do we have the capability, or will we be relying upon external support? We have one of Queensland's most recognised experts in our team around regional development and community impact within the economic development team, as well as great management in that area through Anthony. So we're very confident that we can pick up where we know the impacts will be and how to manage that. Where we will need to rely on external support is within the legal instruments that feed into the drafting of, I guess, the specific community benefit agreement. Understanding impacts of development and mitigating and managing those is BAU for the Planning and Development Services Group, albeit I acknowledge there are sometimes we can do that better, as referenced in an earlier discussion today, but we're very confident that we know how to do it and what needs to be done and where we'll have that external support. Where we do have projects that warrant a waiving or a reduction in fees, that would follow the standard process for any development application fee, an application fee, which is following the existing delegations. I couldn't speak specifically to what they look like, but we have a well-established process for determining that where it's relevant.
Thanks very much, Councillor Melissa. Any other questions? Councillor Kerry?
I think you have addressed the question, and the answer has addressed my query. Was basically it's a fixed fee, irrespective of whether it's a very large project or a relatively modest one. And is that because the work that you have to do is much the same for, even though there might be, a huge difference in the amount of what the project undertakes?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, there's an element of consistency in the work required to be undertaken regardless of the scale. What I will say is those that are more modest are not captured by the legislative changes in any event, and so those smaller ones where below 1 megawatt are not captured and wouldn't follow this process, so the fee wouldn't be borne by those folks. We look to strike a balance in terms of that workflow assessment across the very large and the smaller, albeit captured within the threshold. And what we sought to do was peg a fee at the lower end of what we expect the work to be, with the relevant sort of protections, if you will, within the fee structure to allow us, where we need to augment our resourcing to deal with the very, very large, we can capture that on a full cost recovery basis, and that's required to be paid before a community benefit agreement is signed by council.
That's your question, Councillor Sean?
Just on that last point, you can recover more than the 37,000. I don't mean that's in addition to expert outlays and things of that nature that you've referred to in your report, but can you go above the 37, or will this restrict you to that?
It is, the fee application to council will be 37,500. Where we need external support, say for specific legal drafting, that's over and above what we would ordinarily contemplate, we can recover those specific cost elements from proponents, which is a standard process that we look to follow, for example, through infrastructure agreements and the like as well. So it's not an unusual course of action for council to take.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tim, question?
Yeah, Chair, thank you. No issues with any of this, Ed. I just wanted to wonder, 37.5 is cost recovery, and how that cost recovery differs so much between councils. Do you have a comment on that?
It's a great question. The essence of it is we will service this in a different manner. We will also undertake to work through, as applications come through, to understand the actual cost of working those through, and either shift the fee accordingly as the regular reviews of fees and charges schedules come up, so that we can better land on what that cost recovery may be, whether it's higher, lower, or the same over time. The issue that we've got at the moment is we've undertaken a number of assumptions and contingencies within that fee to recommend it to you without having actually ever undertaken the work, because it is so new. So there will be shuffles. Relates to pay rates, corporate overheads, a whole heap of things that exist in the background in terms of that cost recovery component. That's why it is different. Yeah.
Thank you for the answer. Chair, I'm happy to move if there are no more questions.
Okay, we're happy to move it. Councillor Tim, we have a seconder. Seconder, Councillor Edwina. Councillor Kerry, you had a question? It's on the table now, so you go for your life.
Question following on the answer to Tim. I take it that, and you mentioned in your introduction that Anthony had been consulted, that the amount that we're proposing is not a deterrent. And in fact, it's an attraction, and hopefully to people who may wish to take advantage of expansion of solar energy projects.
Correct. I don't reasonably think that the fee contemplated by Toowoomba Regional Council would be any deterrent to these projects, noting the scale and cost associated with them more broadly.
Good. We've got it moving. Councillor Tim, second to Councillor Edwina. Any need to go into debate? If not, I'll put the motion as on the screen there. Adopt the Renewable Energy Social Impact Assessment Community Benefit Agreement Cost Recovery Fee Schedule set out in Attachment 1 and included in Council's Register of Cost Recovery Fees and Commercial Charges effective from 21 January 2026, and 2, prescribes that the fixed fee and any external specialists costs and/or mediation costs, where applicable, must be paid in full prior to council executing a community benefit agreement deed. And 3, note that the fees are intended to recover council's reasonable costs of participating in the Renewable Energy Social Impact Assessment Community Benefit Agreement process and are separate to and must not be deducted from or reduce any community benefit contributions payable under a community benefit agreement. And 4, delegates authority to the Chief Executive Officer to apply and administer the adopted fee schedule, including approvals to encourage external specialists at cost recovery where required, in accordance with Council's delegated authority framework and 2.9 renewable energy community benefit agreement policy, and note that the schedule will be reviewed every 3 years or earlier if required. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. We move to 11.4, and the item is for request for sponsorship for Meat Stock Toowoomba 2026. Ed, I'll hand over to you again. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, an application has come through to council seeking sponsorship to support Meat Stock, which is Australia's largest barbecue and music festival. The application put to council sought a contribution of $50,000, and officers have recommended to council supporting up to $25,000, noting that in our view, that provides value for money in a nationally competitive event landscape, with approximately $4.5 million of economic benefit derived from the 2024 event. Happy to take any questions and assist where I may.
Thanks very much, Ed. Questions in regard to this particular motion? Councillor Trevor.
The company that runs this is a company from down south somewhere, and they hold numerous meat stock events across Australia. Obviously, they don't keep coming back or keep in business. They're obviously making, from what I can gather, a huge profit. With the 25,000, in my opinion, should we not be spending it on more local companies, even though it's a local event and local support it? Should we not be supporting more local companies that directly benefit local organisations, all that type of thing? Just as a comment.
Did you want some feedback, keeping in mind, councillors, that there is a attachment 3 which is confidential, which can go into further detail in regard to that. If you wanted to do that, more than happy to go into confidential to discuss that.
No, I don't think there's any need, but if somebody else around the room wants to go into confidential, certainly we could do.
Sure. Ed, did you want to, noting what I've just said, is there any information you could impart from Councillor Trevor's comment?
Certainly, through the chair, the request came through for event sponsorship, and I guess the officers through that process look at the economic benefit derived from the event itself, which is one that the officers were minded to support on the basis that there is significant, I guess, follow-on benefits as a result of this. I acknowledge it's a large event, and that there are other events in the landscape that can garner support, and we welcome applications from those events through our funding streams to support those as they arise.
I believe it's already sold out. Is that correct for April? So, why do they need another 25,000?
I couldn't talk to that, I'm sorry, in terms of ticket sales.
Councillor Trevor, that's all for your comments. Questions at this stage? Councillor Tim.
I actually think it's a great event, and many people come up the range to this event and spend money here and stay here, and I'm happy to move.
Okay, we've got a mover in Councillor Tim. Do we have a seconder? Second with Councillor Gary. Any need to go into debate? Questions? I've got a question. Councillor Rebecca.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I'm just trying to work out if we do have to go into confidential for this, but I don't think so, looking at that attachment 3. So there has been comment from the community about the ticket sales being between $80 and $400, the ticket price range between $80 and $400, and then doing the maths as well as the stallholder fees and the revenue from merchandise and campsites, etc., means that the proponents of this do generate a profit, and that's publicly available information. And the question that has been put to me is similar to what Councillor Trevor just raised, really, which is we are telling our residents that we need to be really careful with how we're spending our money, and we then give $25,000 to a company, admittedly, exactly as Councillor Tim said, they attract business and there's overnight stays, et cetera, but we're not giving money to local vendors who are making, also attracting people to this region for the same sort of reasons. And so I hear what you said about not knowing whether or not tickets are sold out, but I do think it's an important consideration, because if tickets are already sold out, why do they need an incentive to come here? And then the second question then, if we can get some clarity on that, and then the second question is, would the $25,000 sponsorship make or break the event coming here? Thanks.
So just, Ed, I might slip over to the acting CEO, Nick, who's done some research while we've been here in regard to the event, to check if indeed there are tickets still for sale. And so Edwina's done the same by the sounds of it. Tanya's done the same. It looks like Nick's done the same. So
Through you, Mayor, and I'll place some caveats on my advice. It's simply obtained by having a look at their website and going on purchase tickets. Some categories of ticket sales, it says allocation is exhausted, but certainly not a sellout. There are tickets available for purchase on single days and multi-days, etc., but some categories are saying they're exhausted. For example, VIP 2-day adult passes.
Okay. So it doesn't sound like
it's sold out. And then the second part of the question, Mayor, through you to the General Manager, do we have an indication whether or not $25,000 would make or break the event for coming to Toowoomba?
Thank you. I think that would ultimately be one for the applicant to respond to. What I would say is that the intent of this sponsorship is to provide economic benefit across the various categories and align to strategies, both ours and within the tourism space more broadly. It is a nationally competitive event landscape, and providing assistance, whether that's through cash like this or in kind through either venue or generalised support, assists in proponents choosing Toowoomba to host their events and provide that economic benefit that trickles through as a result of that. That's been the focus of the officers in terms of arriving at the recommendation and the quantum of funding before council. Whether or not that makes or breaks this year, I think by all accounts it seems to be going well. I think it's a question of what does that look like in future years, and that's something that only the event proponent can answer. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Carroll?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I support this event. I think it's a great event, and I've been out there a few times, but I actually also think that when we give money to things like our local festivals, Hampton and whatever, we ask them to wean themselves off that money. And at the end of the day, a lot of the income here is from camping on the showgrounds. So I guess indirectly it does help spend money in our community, but most of it is spent out there. We need to be aware that Toowoomba suits them because they've got the showground out there, which is perfect for them, and it's in the area of a lot of southeast Queensland population and places like Gundawindi, Southern Downs and all of those that are near the area. I would have thought that 15,000 would be enough, and that's what we gave them 1 year. I think the question that I want to ask is it normal for our staff to be going and saying, could you deal with 25,000 rather than what you've asked for prior to a council decision? Because I don't believe that that's appropriate, to be honest. Thank you.
I probably don't disagree with that, Councillor Carroll. I guess it's a sponsorship, so you look at what return you would get as a sponsor for that money, and obviously the officers have assessed it that return for that amount is reasonable.
So that's not really my question, Mr Mayor. My question is, in the report somewhere it says that they have been asked, could they deal with 25,000 rather than the amount they've asked for? And I think that's mostly quite improper, and that fact that it should have come to council first and then the question be asked.
Acting CEO.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Taylor, I acknowledge your question of you, and certainly not intending to rebut or disagree with you. However, would say that there are times when we've been in this room and we've made recommendations similarly for a lesser amount after having assessed what we think the value is, and that very same questions returned to us by council and saying, well, how would the applicant respond to that? Would they still bring the event here? So in my view, this is simply an attempt preempting that question and having an understanding of the applicant's response and assisting with the process.
So I've got a couple more questions here. Councillor James and Councillor Kerry.
Yeah, look, mine's a pretty simple question. It's probably a yes or no answer, General Manager. I would assume the metric or whatever that's used around this for the officer recommendation is based purely on economic return, not for the applicant, for the region, meaning all of our constituents, all of our businesses. Is that the crux of where we land?
Yes.
Okay. Can I... look, if I can just make a really brief comment, I just wanted to ensure I was right with that position, is that, as I said, I suppose it comes back to we making a decision around as a $25,000 contribution to an event, regardless of whether it is make or break for it, that returns so many other businesses around our region amount of money worth us doing. And that's all I think about. So, thanks.
Good. Councillor Kerry.
Yeah,
thanks,
Councillor
Bill.
Thanks, Chair. My recollection might be probably is folly, but I thought originally when it first came up, we agreed to 50,000 for the first event, and then it went down to 25 last year, but because of the cyclone, it didn't happen. Bearing that in mind, I'm inclined to agree with giving the same again because they missed out last year. But I must ask this question, or perhaps of the CEO, is the idea of these incentives to help an event get started, or is it, as was mentioned before, that we look at it from a different criteria as to what the general economic benefit is to the community? And if it's the first, then I think it's time that they be weaned off it.
I'll attempt to answer the question, Councillor Shine. I don't think there's a simple single answer to your question. Sponsorships are a commercial arrangement and they attempt to achieve many things. Some are financial economic benefit for the region, others are social benefit for the region, others are a combination of both. And I think probably you might look at this event and think that it stands on its own 2 feet financially and therefore not worthy of council's support, but the event organisers might equally then go to another local government area, notwithstanding the benefit of that venue that's there, but they might choose to take that event somewhere else where they can get some support from the local government, and that economic benefit that the event provides then flows somewhere else. So I don't think there's a simple if-then response to your question. I think it's multifaceted, and there are various criteria that are never the same from event to event, and they're the complexities that you need to take into consideration when attempting to value what the event's worth to council and what the sponsorship's worth, bearing in mind that this is a commercial arrangement, very different to community grants where we sponsor community events. Well, don't sponsor community events, we give grants to community events.
Thanks. Councillor Bill.
Just a quick comment, Chair. Without giving details, attachment 3 alludes to a quantum of percentage-wise of expenditure that the 25,000 equates to. But to my thinking, one would hope that as this event continues to be profiled, that council can only be a catalyst and that private sector pick up on the benefits of actually sponsoring it themselves. Other private organisations and ventures within our region and associated regions for that matter, because of the flow-on effects. So hopefully council is a catalyst and not indefinitely sponsoring. That would be my thinking. Surely if you have a sizable enterprise and you stand to benefit from an influx of people into the region via accommodation or hospitality or retail or across a number of different sectors where your organisation, business, whatever, is exposed to, then surely there's an opportunity for the private sector to do some lifting and retain this event as a profiled event as well.
Thanks. Councillor Bill will take that as a comment. Councillor Edwina? Councillor,
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, just referring to attachment 5, there is looking at $11.25 million return on investment. So I just wanted to note that. But CEO or Acting CEO Nick, question for you. And this is feedback I've had from the general community and business owners in town, wondering if there's any way that we can work with Meat Stock to bring, and it's very hard because it's a ticketed event, but to bring some of it into town. And I don't know how we do that, but with the event out at the showgrounds, all the spend is going to the showgrounds. And I guess if there's a way of bringing a barbecue demonstration or something into town that draws people into town, and then it also helps a knock-on effect for those local businesses. Whoa. Catch. Yeah, if there's a chance of that, and there may not be, given that it is a ticketed event out at the showgrounds, but it has been brought to my attention that locals, while you mop up the water. I know, right? I'm only just starting. Councillor Kerry just said he's pouring cold water on my idea already. Just joking. But if there is any way that we can encourage some of Meat Stock to come into town, and I don't know how we do that. Obviously, all of the, I note on the website, all of the RV, a lot of the camping is already sold out, so people will be staying around town. But if there's any way that local businesses can also benefit instead of all the money going out to the showgrounds, that's all.
Thanks, and apologies for the interruption. I was listening all the way through. I can do two things at once. Look, I note the sentiment, and I think it's a very good view, and I guess that's the value of providing a sponsorship. There's the leverage that it provides council if we were to provide a sponsorship. So that could be a condition of our sponsorship, something that we can use to leverage exploring those options. Probably, I'm not sure if Ed has any additional ideas on that. If we're not sponsoring, we've probably got very little leverage other than, goodwill. But a condition of sponsorship might be to try and bring some activations to the CBD or other areas. Sorry again for the interruption.
It's okay. I've seen plenty of interruptions, but that was probably the most dramatic up here. Councillor Carroll?
Thank you, Mr Mayor, for having a second lot of questions. I just note in the executive summary here it says that no sponsorship was sought for 2024 event. I think that's incorrect. I think there was, and it just didn't take place because of the weather conditions. Oh, last year, okay. So my question, I guess, is why? Like, we gave 50,000 when it began, and then the next year we gave 15,000, and then last year we gave them, I think it was to be 25, and now we're gone back to 25. What's the difference between, this event is a multi-million-dollar event. I mean, our sponsorship's quite small in the scheme of things. It wouldn't be the difference between them starting or taking place or not. And for me, I'm not going to vote against this because I think it's a great event for us. But whilst we continue to support the same events, we really aren't actually attracting different events either. Red Hot Summer brings an enormous amount into our community, and actually, you know, they've never had any sponsorship from us. So at the end of the day, there's swings and roundabouts, I suppose, but the difference between that, and I actually think that Councillor Edwina's idea is a really good thing. If they could have some promotional event somewhere in the centre of the city, I think that would be a really good thing. But I suspect that they would want all the money to be spent at the showground because indirectly it comes back to them. And that's a commercial consideration. I'm not saying that's not right. It's how they want it to be. But I think that idea of a promotional event, and that's how we would package it, would be really good in some way, maybe some sort of a celebrity competition or something. I don't know. But also, what's the difference between the second year 15 and this year 25 when the event has already grown and it's known all over Australia?
Councillors, I believe they've asked for 50 every year, and our desire to support that full amount has varied, as you've pointed out, with $15,000 in 2023, no sponsorship, I'm sorry, was sought in 2024, and then it was cancelled in 25. I think that relates to both what exists in terms of what's been asked for across other events, and obviously it is a competitive funding landscape that we have there, as well as the varying nature of the programming over those years. The event has evolved over time in terms of the offer, the scale and those sorts of things as well. So they are, I acknowledge it's the same event in the main being meat stock, but there are variations between years across how that plays out from a programming perspective is my understanding, acknowledging I'm new on the scene.
Thanks very much. Any other questions? We do have a mover in Councillor Tim and a second in Councillor Gary. Any need to go into debate? If there's not, I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Sorry, Councillor Trevor, you're against, were you? Okay, you like your vote recorded? Okay, we'll record Councillor Trevor. Apologies for that. I just thought your hand was up. Okay, thank you. Ed, that completes yours until your group report. So thank you very much. You've had a busy day there. We move then, councillors, to item 11.5, which is the redevelopment of community grants. The policy. Sorry, yeah, you'll introduce it. Thank you, Nick. It's the and associated guidelines, of which we've had a number of sessions as councillors as well to get to this point. Sure, Bill. We've made it, some sessions to get to this point. I'll hand over to Nick to introduce, and then Paul is here as the subject matter expert. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. Fortunately, my notes aren't drowned in water. It's a good save. Councillors, this work presents a complete overhaul of Council's approach to community grant funding, replacing the previous policy and 10 separate program guidelines with one consolidated, modern and user-centred framework. Our aim was simple: to prioritise the applicant experience, develop clearer rules, less red tape, develop a more accessible pathway for organisations seeking support and drive efficiency. Over time, our grants program evolved into a somewhat decentralised collection of funding streams, each with different funding thresholds, similar yet different processes and co-contribution requirements. This created confusion and frustration for applicants, reduced transparency and efficiency, provided a heavy administration burden and potential for inconsistent decision-making. The new policy and guideline resolve these issues through a single, streamlined system with consistent rules, clear governance and consistent assessment framework. The new competitive grants program is now structured into 3 straightforward categories: micro grants for up to $1,000, available all year, fast turnaround, minimal documentation required; minor grants of $1,001 up to $10,000, £1 per year, 6-week window, and major grants for $10,001 plus one annual round requirement for mandatory co-contribution and scale to project cost. This replaces the 10 former program-specific thresholds with a transparent and consistent structure. The key objective is a simpler, fairer and more accessible process. Key improvements include a single set of eligibility rules, a consolidated policy and guideline as a definitive reference, reducing confusion and issues with applying under the wrong program. All applications are managed via Smarty Grants for consistent user experience, opportunity for themed rounds aligned to Council's priorities should this be desirable, and faster assessment and earlier notifications. For Council, the new system delivers centralised administration and coordinated budgets, a single weighted prioritisation model for minor and major grants, more consistent decision-making, improved tracking of acquittals, performance and community outcomes, and delegated approvals that promote independence, reduce conflict risks and speeds up the approval process, meaning successful applicants will receive funding faster. The guideline sets clear expectations around responsibility and sustainability. There's a clear focus on a seed funding model, limiting support for new and existing initiatives to 2 rounds, promoting long-term self-sufficiency. Clear co-contribution requirements for major grants, including guidance on valuing in-kind support. Stronger default provisions. Non-compliance may lead to ineligibility for up to 3 years. Return of unspent funds over $100 and an annual program reporting to ensure transparency and continuous improvement. Together, these measures ensure public funds are used fairly and responsibly. The weighted prioritisation model improves fairness by assessing alignment with Council's corporate plan, demonstrated community need, capacity and capability to deliver, geographic equity with positive weighting for regional communities, funding history and applicant co-contributions. This ensures the most meritorious and community beneficial projects are funded within available resourcing. The new policy and guideline have been developed with a clear focus to deliver a more accessible, efficient and fairer grants program for the Toowoomba region. Paul's here to assist me and we're happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much. Appreciate that. Nick, Councillor James, question?
Yeah, question. Thanks, Nick. Thanks for that overview. I suppose I just wanted to be clear on a couple of things. So I think everyone around this table and office as well, we understand one of the big items of feedback we've had around community is obviously the rigour and the amount. Well, I won't use the word rigour because that's important, but just the amount of time and the burdensome process that we have had for them to apply. What differences will they see under the changes that we have implemented here that really brings it back to, I think, something that we're all very strong on? It's user-friendly.
Through you, Mr Mayor, thanks for the question, Councillor O'Shea. There are a range of things, and probably first and foremost is a complete redesign of the Smarty Grants platform. We've engaged the services of Smarty Grants themselves to understand what better practice is in the industry and start from scratch in terms of understanding what are the logical processes and the questions that need to be asked of applicants to ensure an enhanced experience from their perspective, and on the back end from our perspective, ensuring the information that's entered by applicants is in a format and a structure that allows easy assessment from an administrative perspective. So the end result of all of that is less time wastage, so more efficient systems and processes and effectively funds to successful applicants faster.
Thanks, Paul. And also if I can continue, sorry, just a couple. And then also, now that we rescind those the former policies and just the funding buckets, if you will, that we had. So now it is essentially all the grants that come in. There's no caps. There's no anything like that. So I mean, it provides, and does it provide that more open opportunity for all the different grant pools to be able to apply for amounts which would exceed, because, you know, that's the other issue we ran into in the past. Some of the other ones, because there was a certain cap or a highest amount that they could apply for, even if it was potentially worthy or met criteria, to attract more funding in another particular grant. So therefore we had people, trying to write it to fit another grant because of funding things. Is that gone as well?
Yeah, thanks for the question through you, Mr Mayor. Yes, those previous funding caps that existed under the former grant guidelines are no longer in existence. So what that does is creates better opportunity and scalability of projects, and they're really assessed based on the dollar value requested, be it cash and in kind. So there's different tiers. If it's under $1,000, it falls into the micro grants, available all year round, quick turnaround timeframes. The applicant should be aware of the outcome within 4 weeks. For the minor and major, so that's the $1,000 to $10,000 and the greater than $10,000, there's one funding round per annum. Applications go in. So traditionally, where we might have had a community support grant, which was capped at $2,500, there may be an application come through for $20,000 for a worthy project. The assessment process, as mentioned in the report, will utilise a weighted prioritisation model to prioritise the most meritorious applications up to available funding budget constraints, I guess.
Okay. Thanks, Mayor. Look, I know there's probably a few other questions, but I think a lot of work's been done on this, and we're trying to get the right outcome. I'm comfortable with it, and I'm happy to move at the appropriate time.
You're happy to move? I'm happy to put it on the table now and go to questions. Someone happy to second it? Second, Councillor Bill. Okay. Questions, Councillor Kerry?
Yeah, no, thanks, Nick, for your presentation. Just on that last comment you made, I think you said subject to budgetary considerations, which is a cap in a sense, because there's not an inexhaustible amount of money available, and it may well be that the simplification of the application process, etc., will create a great deal of incentive for increased projects to come to light. In reality, how will officers know to call it a day when the budgetary processes demand that to happen?
Thanks for the question through Mr Mayor. Having one funding round per year assists with that. So obviously the micro one is available all year round, but the major and minor has one round. So what we've experienced in prior years is some applicants potentially holding back for the second round. So it created a level of uncertainty in terms of the first round, in terms of what could be approved or whether you're going to be oversubscribed at the end of round two. By doing it in one round effectively, you understand who has applied, for what purpose, for what amounts, and work through the prioritisation model to work out the most meritorious ones based on the approved council annual budget. So it's very much a prioritised model around knowing the quantum of number of applications and the dollar values requested, and the ones that rise to the top will receive the funding.
Following on from that, has our budget amount granted for grants over the last 3 or 4 years, has it varied greatly, or is it fairly predictable as to what it was likely to be?
Yes, it has varied. So there's two components. The policy itself deals with the non-competitive or core grants. That's been pretty consistent. So that's around insurance payments and the like. That's been relatively consistent. And you may recall during this council term, the council resolution endorsed certain values for certain organisations for the term of council. Under the competitive process, which is now being replaced by micro, minor, major, there has been some fluctuation in the budget allocation year on year. This financial year is probably the lowest it's been in a while. So that competitive component sitting at around the $466,000.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kerry. Any other questions? Councillor Tim and Councillor Trevor.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Paul, I don't have a problem with this at all. I think early on when we used to do the grants, there was always one had too many, and we were trying to pull funds from other buckets or something to try and get them across the line. My only issue is we have some very big and well-subscribed areas, usually around sport and rec, because there's a lot of sports clubs that need, equipment, and then some less subscribed ones around perhaps environment and cultural and art support and those kind of things. Still very viable grants, but we don't tend to get as many through. if we don't have categories, the only problem I can, conjure up in my head is that this juggernaut of sport and rec might overtake everything, and some of the smaller ones like culture and arts or environment may get ignored and pushed to the side because there's these huge big... Could you give me some reassurance that that wouldn't happen?
Through you, Chair, I guess to respond to that, I think while historically the larger value applications have been in the sport and rec grant, that is directly correlates to the fact that the other grant programs have funding caps. So they can't apply for your $50,000, $100,000 application because they might be capped at 2.5, for example, under the community support one. So I think that's been a constraining factor, which has led to what you've observed. I think it's going to be horses for courses. As part of the new application process, and you will see in the policy and the guideline that we're asking the applicants to identify a theme type area. So would it have traditionally been a youth orientated focus area or a sport and rec type focus area? That's not because we're allocating budgets or anything like that on that basis. It's purely for comparative purposes so we can see what the change has been from the old model where we had defined programs and defined budgets into this new, more contemporary model. So that will give us some insights into whether there has been a change in behaviour. I'm anticipating we'll start to see some higher value applications that were traditionally capped at, say, $2,500.
Sure. Thanks for that. Could I just have a follow-up, Chair, just really quickly? Thank you for the answer, Paul. In the past, you had to be an incorporated body like a sports club to apply for a grant, but I think one was an arts one where you're not an incorporated body and you could be an individual. So if we're streamlining the criteria, I just wonder if there's any detriment around individuals or if you've got to be incorporated, or will there still be different criteria, or are we streamlining all of them?
Thanks for the question. It's consistent criteria around an eligible organisation, which is defined in the document. You may recall some months ago, the cultural and arts program has been pulled out of this effectively and is looking to do something in consultation with the RADF process.
Right, yeah.
Yep. So the consolidation of the existing grant programs will be dealt with on a consistent basis, which is an eligible organisation as per the definition. So that situation you're talking about has somewhat been petitioned through RADF. Yep.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Trevor.
Thanks, Mayor. Totally agree with Tim there. We need equality across all associations, clubs across our whole region. But my second point is, if this gets the tick of approval today, will all clubs, associations who have applied over the last 1 year, 5 years, 10 years be notified? Because there'll be human nature. Oh, I didn't know about it. Will that be sent out as a notification, even if emails bounce back, letting as many people know as possible?
Thanks for the question. From a consultation perspective, short answer is yes. We will be going back 3 financial years worth of applicants, so not just the successful ones. Anyone that's applied for the last 3 years will receive information that the program is changing, awareness, etc. There will be multiple both face-to-face and online opportunities for organisations to come in and talk to us about the changes that have occurred, and as well as utilising some of the inherent efficiencies that exist within Smarty Grants themselves through establishing a Smarty file. There's an education piece there as well, which will also cut out some of the existing processes or pre-existing processes that were in place where they may have to enter the same data multiple times year on year. So there's a whole heap of learnings we've had through this exploration process and discussions with Smarty Grants that we will leverage and use as part of the education and consultation piece with the community.
Yep, covers off that. Any other questions, councillors, comments? We do have a mover in Councillor James, seconder in Councillor Bill. Anyone need to go into debate? If not, I'll put the motion before you. I don't propose to read this one. It's quite lengthy. Wendy, if you'd like to just scan down the page there as we go, so you can see the rescind of those motions and then and the balance after that. So moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? Those against? You'd like your vote recorded, Councillor Curran? Okay, motion is carried. Thanks, Paul. Are you in this next one as well? No? Okay. Thank you very much, Paul. Our next item then, councillors, is 11.6, which is a sponsorship policy. And this has been brought forward, and this is under Anne-Marie's signature, the Corporate Services. And subject matter expert is Tanya, so welcome to you, Tanya, as well. Welcome back, Anne-Marie. I'll hand directly to you, Anne-Marie, for the intro, and then we'll go to questions. Thanks.
Good morning again, councillors. So the purpose of this report is to seek council's approval for the revised sponsorship policy, policy 2.71. This policy outlines council's position, key principles, and the need for a consistent, coordinated and transparent approach to sponsorship management. The recommendations are to adopt the policy, but this second recommendation is to delegate the approval of all levels of inbound and outbound sponsorships to the Chief Executive Officer or delegate, regardless of value, under Council's 2.71 sponsorship policy. So the proposed amendment assigns approval authority solely to the Chief Executive Officer, streamlining decision-making by removing the requirement for Council to consider inbound sponsorships exceeding $50,000 and outbound sponsorships exceeding $10,000. This change provides greater clarity for the public, council officers and councillors, and ensures a consistent, fair and transparent sponsorship management approach across council.
Thanks very much, Anne-Marie. Tanya, as the subject matter expert, is there anything you'd like to say before we go to questions? No. Questions, councillors? Councillor James and Councillor Trevor and Councillor Bill. No, you're happy to move it. Okay. Well, you want to go to that start first and then, okay, Councillor James?
If you're happy to move it, I'm happy to second it, if that's what you're suggesting.
Okay, well, we'll get it's then on the table, so we're going to move by Councillor Bill, seconded by Councillor James. It's on the table. So any questions then in regard to this? Councillor Trevor.
So regarding on what we discussed before with meat stock, what would happen under this new arrangement? So they've applied for 50,000. Our officers have recommended 25,000. So would that just get a tick and flick from the CEO, or would it come here?
It would go through the criteria in terms of what is of benefit and what isn't of benefit. You may have seen the under review policies 2.71 policy, sponsorship policy. All the information's in there about what are the benefits, incoming and outgoing. So it is a case-by-case review. Because everything, I guess, is considered differently and what benefits it brings, whether it's economic benefits or a partnership model. And it's the same for something like the Carnival Flowers in terms of outbound. It just makes things a lot quicker and we can respond and make those commercial decisions quicker.
Thank you for your answer, but respectfully, it didn't sort of answer my question.
Oh, the process would be to go to the CEO.
Yeah, but just as an example,
yeah.
You've got meat stock applying for 50,000. We've agreed to give them 25. Would that have come to this boardroom or not?
No, it would not.
Okay, so yeah, therein I think maybe lies a problem.
Okay, good. Councillor Tim, then Councillor Edwina.
Look, my question was very similar lines. We are delegating a lot of stuff to the CEO lately, and most of it I don't have a problem with. This was one of the ones where I kind of thought I would still like to have a say in sponsorship of or by this council. And I'm wondering if we'll even find out under these new... So I was going to ask the CEO in the interim in this regard, will there be other ways for councillors to have Nick input into sponsorship if it doesn't come to us for a formal decision?
Thanks, Councillor Tim. Through you, Chair. Look, obviously I can't speak for Sal. I think it's fair to say, though, that he would undertake a level of rigorous assessment. Councillor Trevor said, would it just go to the CEO for a tick and flick? I doubt it would be a tick and flick for the value of $25,000 or something more. I think he'd read the application and assess the officer's recommendation and make and determine a view around whether the sponsorship delivers value or not. Councillor Tim, to your question about how would we find out about it, I think it would be pretty simple to include a table in, monthly or quarterly report to council as part of the CEO's report or elsewhere that says sponsorship is approved or sponsorship applications received and the outcome. Again, not speaking for Sal, but I'd imagine something like that's pretty simple to achieve. I think, just because you give a delegation to the CEO and he might further delegate that elsewhere in other circumstances doesn't mean that you would always choose to exercise that delegation. There's times when those delegations exist and it may, if there's a contentious issue or something sensitive or particular high value or other concerns, it's always open to consult with council before making a decision or choose not to exercise the delegation at all and escalate to council for decision. So I hope that goes some way to answering your question as best I can.
Councillor Tim, thank you. Councillor Edwina.
Thanks, Chair. Another one for you, Acting CEO Nick. I'm just trying to think back, like in the corporate world, most sponsorship decisions are made by the CEO and their leadership team. I'm just trying to think back to my old sponsorship days and, with the Broncos and Westpac Helicopter Rescue Service and things like that, and anything that was over $1 million, I don't know if it actually went to the board or not, and I know we're not going to be talking over $1 million here, but do you have any reference to other councils and what they do? Do they put it all through the CEO? Do you have any examples of just different jurisdictions that you could talk to?
I don't, sorry, personally, but I might refer to see if Tanya or Anne-Marie does. I think your point about values is something for council to consider. If there's discomfort with delegating all authority, maybe there's a threshold that gives you some comfort for items above that value.
Yeah, and maybe that's something we consider.
Yeah, we don't have comparative data on what other councils do. So.
Okay.
My assessment is that there's no consistency across councils with how they deal with these sorts of things. The policy is not dissimilar because you're governed by a local government act and therefore it's public money. The money coming in is slightly different to the money going out, dealt slightly differently, but there's no consistency. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The corporate world is very different to councillors and councils. The corporate world deals with shareholders' money. Councillor deals with public money. And I believe that there's an expectation from our public that any money that is awarded in sponsorship has input from their locally represented councillors. And this is no disrespect to whomever the CEO is of the day, and it's been mentioned that they could consider, could have a list of applicants, could have a list of what's been given. I don't think that that's acceptable to our public. I think it's not clear and transparent, and I believe
Chair,
that...
point of order, we probably should be debating on those comments.
Well, you're right, Councillor Bill.
Yeah, we're very close to on that edge. So you'll finish there for the time being?
Well, I just don't know why and how this has come about, and I really think that why are you having 10 people sitting around this table?
So we'll leave that for your opportunity down the track. Councillor James, you had a question?
Yeah, thanks. Well, not a question. I've obviously seconded the motion as is, but can I, and with my rights, should this motion be defeated, can I foreshadow a motion?
You can foreshadow a motion. Might be useful for councillors to know what that motion is.
Well, can I please, Mayor, can I please foreshadow a motion should this motion be defeated?
Sure.
And I'll probably, when you're wording essentially I'd be looking at is essentially that item 2 be split into 2. So delegate the approval of all levels of inbound sponsorship to the CEO. delegate, and then, and the second part where I'm going with this is just sensing some uncomfortableness around the room, is delegate the approval of all levels of outbound sponsorship under the value of $50,000 to the CEO. Does that make sense? And
So if I could summarise this quickly, so there's no cap on the inbound, so sponsorship coming in, the CEO has a delegation, this I'm just paraphrasing. However, the outbound, there would be a limit of 50,000, anything over 50,000 would come to council.
Yes, that's what I'm foreshadowing.
Okay. So Wendy has got some information up there. We can work through that. That's if this motion that's before us is defeated.
Correct.
Which is up there. We'll just let Wendy finalise some wording there so that we get that right, if we get to that point. Sorry, Councillor James, Wendy's just putting this up on the screen here. This is the foreshadowed motion. If the current motion is defeated, adopt the revised policy, which will need a revision. Delegate the approval of all levels inbound sponsorship to chief regardless of value. And 3, delegate the approval of all levels outbound sponsorship up to the value of $50,000.
Mayor, that's correct. And just really quick, because I just had a bit of side commentary there around, because I know it's interesting timing, we've just dealt with the meat stock one. So, for example, the meat stock one would come here because they requested 50.
Yeah, they requested 50 and the officer was a recommendation of 20.
So, but I mean, if that's what I mean, so, but if the request comes in for 50, it automatically triggers that it comes straight here. So in that case, that would have ended up here.
Oh, that's a live example. Yeah. So James, Councillor James, you're comfortable with that? That's the foreshadowed motion. You've got a question, Councillor Kerry, on that particular motion, or?
Yes, I have. I'm just wondering what the history of inbound sponsorships have been, if any.
Well, Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers would be a major one, just as an example. That would probably be the most significant of all, if not the only. Okay. So therefore, we have a motion on the book. So sorry, Wendy, to do this to you. If you could go back to the original motion. Thank you for your patience, everyone, as we work through this. So the motion there before us is the original motion from officers: adopt the revised sponsorship, delegate the approval of all levels of inbound and outbound sponsorships to the Chief Executive Officer, pardon me, or delegate, regardless of value, under the Council's 2.71 Sponsorship Policy Attachment 2. Now we have a move of Councillor Bill, and the seconder was Councillor James. So anyone need to go into debate? Debate? Councillor Rebecca. So Councillor Bill, go to you. I beg your pardon? Yes, you can. Yeah. Councillor Bill, we'll open the debate with you. Reserve your right. Sure. Speaker against, Councillor Rebecca.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So we're being told that we need to do this, or that we should do this, because it's going to streamline the process and it's going to make consistent, fair and transparent decision making. And on each of those, I think we've got some problems. So I'll start with the transparency aspect, and I think that actually coming to councillors for a decision on sponsorship is a far greater, a far more transparent process, and that's for a few reasons. First of all, the public can be aware that there has been a request. They can see the information because it's in the documents that are published for our meetings. They can contact us if they feel passionately about approving it or declining it. They can watch the debate, and then they hold us accountable for how we're spending ratepayers' money. So I think that on the transparency front, absolutely, it's a more transparent process to come to council. In terms of the consistency and fairness, I can't see that there's any reason that a CEO's delegation would be more consistent or more fair than coming to a council. And then the streamlining argument is a tricky one because, first of all, I think you have to consider what you're actually trading off when you streamline something. And in this instance, I think you would actually be trading off transparency. And democracy is not necessarily streamlined, but it's fair because everybody gets their say. I think that if we start to prioritise streamlining our decisions above and beyond everything else, that's a really slippery slope. And as Councillor Tim said, actually we have, in the recent times, delegated a fair bit to the CEO. The most recent one that comes to my mind was the Parks Master Planning. And maybe it's actually a case of that far and no further. We would still require, even if we were to accept the officer's recommendation here, we've been told that it would be a rigorous assessment process that the CEO would go through. There would still be reports, therefore, that the officers would have to do for the CEO. And looking at that live example that we had for meat stock half an hour ago, what would actually be different? All of those reports would still be done, but instead of coming to council, it would go to the CEO. So we always know that a report to council generally comes with a price tag, we're told around $10,000. But if all those reports are already being done in any case to go to the CEO, then we're not saving money, we're not saving unnecessarily and streamlining your process even, because that work still has to be done, it would just be coming to us. So I'd urge some caution on this one. We're elected for a reason. We've got to make decisions. People are going to disagree with us sometimes, people are going to agree with us sometimes, but ultimately we're answerable to the public, and making sure that these sort of sponsorship decisions come to us, keep us accountable.
Thanks, Councillor Rebecca. Speaker in favour, Councillor James.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Von Hoff. I respect the points you've raised, and I think they're all valid. It's the exact questions I asked myself when I reached the point of where I have in regards into this. So I just want to touch on a few of those things. So the transparency side of it is 2.71 sponsorship policy. That's the transparent part that councillors, that's our job. Our job's to set the policy. So once we set the policy, the operational arm then has a guide, not an opinion, not a feeling, not an inkling on what decision they make. It's based on the policy that councillors around this room have transparently made to create the best outcome for this process. So that's the transparency side to it. Consistency and fairness, I think this is exactly what this does, because I'll say it again, the CEO then makes a decision based around the rigour of the policy. So today, we had a conversation around meat stock for a long time for a 10-1 vote. So whilst all valid conversation, that's not, there's a lot of things, and that one, for example, obviously reached the point that it reached because of the points that it scored through the actual policy process, the policy being set by council, which I'll come back to. So it actually is the most consistent and fairest approach that the decision is made based on the policy, full stop. And we control the policy. That's our part. The streamlining side to it, I think, and again, I strongly do not believe that we are, or through the CEOs, through this particular request, I truly do not believe that streamlining is the big winner for this, or that's sort of the driving factor. But what it does do from a streamlining point of view, we've spoken about, just to use meat stock again as another example that we've had here today, and yes, we can debate the difference between the approval or not approval. Does it make a difference for the event? Imagine if you are an event that you've applied on a said date, and you know that then obviously the process that it needs to go through is obviously it gets assessed, it's got to go to a council meeting, the next council meeting before it can get there might be X amount of month or whatever period of time away that is. That puts the applicant really in limbo. So that makes it difficult from their point of view. So that, by no means do I say that as a way of saying that we're streamlining or trying to be non-transparent. I'm going back to what I said before, the transparent part is the CEO has made the decision that is based on the sponsorship policy that is set by council. And I also think this is an element for me of trust, that I trust that the CEO in their position, if they have one where they see, okay, they have council there that they are able to say, hey, look, I'm going to run this by council. There's nothing saying that doesn't happen. That actually does streamline the process as well, that they can consult council, get a bit of a feel of what it is like, and then if they're comfortable under their delegation to make the decision, they can. If they're not, there's other mechanisms that we can bring it forward. So the greatest inhibitor to clarity is opinion. And we all have valid opinions. We absolutely do. But this is where it does become non-consistent and non-fair from a community point of view, is because sometimes, because of opinions that we have or feelings or things that the decisions which we are entitled to, I'm not by 1 second taking that away, it does muddy the waters a bit. When it's this way in point, I feel it is the most transparent, the most consistent and fair and the clearest direction moving forward. And finally, I have trust in the CEO to delegate this authority to him, and I trust that if there were elements that he would utilise council as well if he saw fit to do so. So that's just to speak through. As I said, I respect whichever way this goes, and I completely understand every point you've made, absolutely. And I wrestled with every one of those thoughts when I reached this point. So it's really valid. So I totally understand where it sits, but just to put my cards on the table, that's why I feel this way, and I'm happy to move forward in this direction should the vote go that way.
Thanks, James. Speaker against the motion, Councillor Trevor.
Thanks, Councillor James. What you've just said there makes a lot of sense, but option 2 is still the better option, because I do trust the CEO, whoever that may be, as time goes on. That's from $0 to 50,000. I haven't got an issue with that. But once it's over 50, it comes here. Whereas, yes, the discussion today with that other matter, yes, 10-1, whatever it does. But we've had closer votes than that with different organisations and whatever else. So I'm against the first motion, but certainly support your second motion.
Speaker, for the motion? Is there anyone else for the motion? Councillor Bell, I'll let you sum up.
Thanks, Chair. Councillors, a few points I'd like to sort of raise here. Firstly, I implore you to support the motion as recommended by staff. We've seen some of us have seen a great deal of evolution around not just this topic of sponsorship, but community grants, which we've just discussed, and it's been good evolution. And for us to take a step back, in my view, is counterproductive. And just to address some of the things that are raised around best practice governance, and reminding ourselves of why we sit around this table. And democracy was referred to. If we are intent on our job as a councillor and fielding input from the community, then that is critically important at the front end, of which Councillor James has alluded to, in setting policy. That's where best democracy reigns, in my view, not at the tail end of making a one-off decision about a one-off event, situation, circumstance. It's about making sure we're connected with our community to set policy that is appropriate and stands the test of time, because we've heard and had input at a policy level. I remind councillors of a point in time where we received legal advice to step away from being involved, not just with sponsorship, in decision-making directly around sponsorship, but around the community events program. And you recall, for those of us or those that sat on panels deciding who got funding, it was recommended that councillors step right away from that and set policy as per recommendations under the Local Government Act. If we want to talk about clear, transparent decision-making, that's where we embed that in the policy, because we've garnered input from the community that goes into setting that policy. The CEO report is a way in which we keep a handle on what's going through. Good, clear, best practice governance and transparency, in my view, is around removing the potential, and I say this respectfully, but we're human beings, removing the potential for councillors to be involved in discussions around major events garnering or angling for sponsorship, and then having come to the table with the knowledge of those discussions. The CEO has an overarching responsibility, an administrative responsibility for a one TRC bucket, not an event that might gain traction because they've had influence directly with councillors, and they know that councillors have the power to curtail the order of decision-making. So the CEO is the single point, in my view, and the most transparent and the most unattached from his or her responsibilities for the whole organisation. It's no different to the previous item we discussed, as was alluded to by Councillor James, and many other. Why we have a special meeting in planning is because if it's controversial, if it's of a particular difficult nature, if there's a lot of interest, the officer exercises their right to bring it to council, and I'm sure the CEO will too, and that'll be no different. In fact, given what I've explained about the overarching responsibility, not just for a sponsorship event, I would dare say, not to speak for the CEO, but they might have a propensity to bring more than we bargained for back to this room, and a less of a palette to sponsor in the context of overall budgets and priorities and pressures. So it can work the other way. So as I said, this is good evolution. I agree with Councillor James's comments around waiting for the timing of monthly meetings and the uncertainty that I have personally observed, and councillors, I find it hard if you disagreed with the uncertainty that it creates in the applicant's view of this could go either way if it comes to council, rather than us adhere to a clear, transparent policy that we make upfront that is relevant and equal for all. So I implore you to support good evolution, good governance, best practice, and demonstrating transparency and equity across the organisation and how the community interfaces with us. We're not delegating our job away. I think we actually need to lift our view a little bit here and really understand the importance of our role in setting the strategic direction, and the tool we use to do that is formulate a policy that is real and relevant. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Bill. So we've got mover of Councillor Bill, seconded by Councillor James. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour. Now, keep it. This is the original motion. Those in favour. 1, 2, 3. Those against. Motion's lost. We've got a foreshadowed motion moved by Councillor James. We have a seconder, seconded by Councillor Bill. We'll go straight to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Like your votes recorded? Thank you. So we'll record the votes there, Wendy. Councillor Rebecca, Councillor Carroll and Councillor Kerry. Councillor Kerry. Councillor Carroll, Councillor Rebecca, Councillor Kerry. Okay, move.
Point of order, we should have been able to debate the shadowed motion, and I'm very upset that we haven't, and you've wedged us. Thank you.
Well, Councillor Carroll, I'm happy to remove the motion and go again, if that's the will of the council. I'm happy to do that. Okay, so Councillor Nick, make note of that. We'll pause for that motion. It's not carried at this point. By way of the chair, we have a mover of Councillor James. We have a second of Councillor Bill. Anyone like to go into debate? Okay, Councillor James.
I'll reserve my right.
Okay, Councillor Rebecca.
Yeah, thank you. So thank you for the opportunity to speak against this, and thanks, Councillor James, and I think Councillor Bill, you were the seconder in this case, so thank you very much for this alternate motion as well, and thanks also Anne-Marie and Tanya for bringing this to us. The problem is that the reasoning and the fundamentals and the logic behind opposing the first motion is the same for the second motion, regardless of the values. You know, the amounts change, but the reasoning doesn't. And I hear what you're saying about the interpretation of the policy, Councillor James, and that council has the opportunity to set a policy, and that is the transparent part. And that the problem with it coming to us is that we've got all of these different opinions, and they play out in different ways depending on, you know, the different ways that people feel. But the retort to that, obviously, is that CEOs have opinions too, and CEOs will also be interpreting policy. We did just have the example of meat stock, and yes, there was a 10-1 debate and vote at the end of that. But it wasn't a wasted process, because we had the opportunity to ask questions, and I think it's a great thing that we got to a position where there was a near unanimous decision, and it's great that there wasn't as well, that's fine. But it just allows us to ask questions, get to a level of comfort, and then everybody knows what's happened. And there's also comfort in the existing process, because the legislation is we accept the will of the council vote. So however a council vote goes, once it's been had and it's all been hashed out, that's the end of it. The public can see the debate, the public can see the way we've voted, and we know how it's all played out, and we can just say, well, this was the will of the council, these were the matters that were discussed. I think that the fundamental thing that we're talking about here is that there's been enough delegation to the CEO by this council. And if there's concerns about waiting a month for an item to come to council, then that's about the council processes internally being more smooth and more business receptive. It's not about reducing the ability for this council to actually make the decisions. So for that reason, I just think the existing situation isn't broken, so why fix it?
Thanks, Councillor Rebecca. Speaker in favour of the motion? If there's no speaker in favour of the motion, then I'll go back to Councillor James. You reserved your right to speak to this motion.
Just to sum up really briefly, Mayor, Councillor Rebecca, you're right, it's fundamentally different, but it's kind of like the one you voted on this morning and your reasons around what's not the ultimate outcome, but I think it's a step in the direction that we go to. And the only last thing, again, totally understand where you're coming from, what you're talking about, the CEO having potentially an opinion on how they make their decision. The difference, I think, though, is that the application is assessed against the criteria, so it gets a score. And the score will indicate that it is eligible for this amount, this amount, this amount, or this amount. So that's what the CEO is then going to deliver their outcome on. Not to take it, I played golf on the weekend. I shot 84. In my mind, I know that I was probably had 8 shots that I shouldn't have and it would have been better. But you know what? I just looked at the score before. It says 84. That's what I get judged on. So I think this is that example. It's assessed against the criteria. The criteria gives an outcome. The criteria is set. The policy set by council. It is still, in my opinion, the most transparent way, and that's why I was happy to foreshadow. And in this regard, understanding a value of over $50,000 is a significant amount of money, and that way councillors have that opportunity, of course, to be a part of the process with that. So in summing up, that's my position on this one, and respect the outcome.
Right, just to be clear, so we've gone for a little while on this, I will read the motion. The Council 1, adopt the revised 2.71 sponsorship policy attachment 3, and 2, delegate the approval of all levels of inbound sponsorships to the Chief Executive Officer regardless of value under Council's 2.71 sponsorship policy attachment 4, and 3, delegate the approval of all levels of outbound sponsorship to the Chief Executive Officer or delegate under the value of $50,000 under Council's 2.71 sponsorship policy attachment 4. Been moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Bill. Question? Councillor Trevor, question?
Yeah, just to gain clarity, like it says under the 50,000, but if the CEO has trouble working out, say, a sponsorship for 35,000, can he or she, whoever, bring it back to council for them to make the decision?
Yeah, that's certainly the acting CEO mentioned that as well. They have the delegation, but they don't need to use that delegation.
Yeah. Need to, but if they've got trouble, they can bring it to this room.
Yeah. Okay. All closed. Those in favour of the motion as read? Those against? Okay, so record votes. Councillor Rebecca, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Kerry. Okay, let's move to 11.7 and then we'll pause. 11.7 is the report of the Audit Committee meeting as of, or as at, 26th of November 2025. That was the one prior to Christmas. The motion is that the report of the Audit Committee meeting held on the 26th of November 2025 be received and the recommendations be adopted. If someone moved by Councillor Gary, over there. Seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Have someone move to adjourn till 1:15? Moved by Councillor Edwina, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion's carried. 1:15. Thank you. Councillors, welcome back to our afternoon session. We are live and on for those, so welcome to those that have tuned in. Appreciate your attendance this afternoon. We move, councillors, to item 12, which is matters of which notice has been given, of which there is none today. However, we move to item number 13, which is effectively general business. Any other business Council determines by resolution to be included in the agenda paper. And Councillor Trevor, I understand that you have a motion to bring forward, of which you need firstly a motion to bring that forward and then the motion. So I'll hand over to you.
Thanks, Mayor. Do you want me to read out the motion or just to move that we go into ask for permission for the motion to be put? So there's two motions. The first one is that you ask to bring it forward. That's your first motion. Okay. Well, I'll move that the motion be put to council, and if this gets through, obviously we'll put the motion up.
So the motion is that in accordance with best practice example, standing orders for local government and standing committee meetings, March 2024, permission be granted to consider at this meeting the closure of People First Bank branches in the Toowoomba region. That's the first motion. So you're comfortable to move that?
I will.
Okay. Seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion's, those against? Motion is carried. You like your vote recorded? Okay, so that's carried.
Yep,
so now we move to your
yep.
second
And
motion.
I believe Wendy does have a...
I just abstained from voting on that.
Okay, so that's a good point. It'll be a conflict of interest if that's the case. So we need to deal with that when we get to this point here now. So let's deal with that at this point. Let's deal with that at this point. So the motion, Councillor Trevor, we can put up because we're unsure what that. You would be unsure as a councillor what this actually means until the motion comes forward as to whether you've got a conflict. If this motion then comes forward, and Councillor Gary, you feel that you do have a conflict, then we will deal with that now. So let's put the motion up first on the table. You want to read that out, Councillor Trevor?
Okay, I shall. Obviously, is relating to the closure of the People First Bank branches in the Toowoomba region. 1, that the Mayor write to Michael Cameron, Chair of People First Bank, expressing the community's extreme disappointment at the closure of the People First Bank branches in the Toowoomba region at Mulmerran, Oakey, Pittsworth, Toowoomba Range and Wilsonton. 2, that the Council's Chief Executive Officer discuss with Mr Steve Laidlaw, Chief Executive Officer, People First Bank, a trial of co-location of a People First Bank employee in a council-owned facility at Mulmerran, Oakey and Pittsworth. And 3, that Chief Executive Officer advise Council on the outcome of discussions mentioned in 2 above at the ordinary meeting of Council on the 17th of February 2026.
So that's the motion put forward, Councillor Gary. So do you believe that given the nature of that, you feel you have a conflict of interest in any way? Okay, so therefore we need to declare the conflict and the reasons for the conflict. So it's a conflict of interest for Councillor Gary. You've chosen to stay out. That's your choice to stay out. Councillors haven't voted on whether you do stay in or stay out. You've determined in your own mind that it is better for you to stay out. Okay, so if therefore the reasons, that's why we're getting to that. We're getting to that. So the reasons, Councillor Gary, for you to make that decision or determination?
Building a new building for them. And,
So one of Councillor Gardner's entities is contracted to build a new building for People First Bank. Is that reasonable?
Well, they're going to lease it off a year.
Okay, so that's the reason, and you've determined therefore That, if that is the case, is potentially more a prescribed conflict of interest than a declarable conflict, which means you are out of the room. So Wendy, can you make a note of that, please? Prescribed conflict. So therefore, Councillor Gary, you can leave the room. Yeah. So the motion is there before you. Councillor Carroll, did you put your hand up? You second that motion? Okay, so the motion is now on the table. Are any questions, councillors, in regard to the motion? There's no questions. Is there any need to go into debate? No need to go into debate. I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Would you like your vote recorded, Councillor Melissa, Councillor Bill? Councillor Bill, you would. Record Councillor Bill's vote. That motion is carried. We can get Councillor Gary, I'll ask Councillor Gary to come back in now. Councillor James. Oh, sorry, correct. Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Rebecca. We will record the votes because there was a prescribed conflict. Yeah, it's right to come in. Very good. So, councillors, we move to item 14, which is closing of the meeting. And we have the reasons for closing of the meeting is the meeting closed to the public in accordance with section 254J3, that's the motion, of Local Government Regulation 2012 to consider the following item, which is the Confidential Chief Executive Officer's monthly report. And the reasons for the closing of that is that the report concerns industrial matters affecting employees' matters that may directly affect the health and safety of an individual or a group of individuals, and legal advice, and therefore it is recommended that the meeting be closed to the public in accordance with sections 254J3B, industrial matters affecting employees, E, legal advice obtained by the local government or legal proceedings involving the local government, including, for example, legal proceedings that may be taken by or against the local government, and F, matters that may directly affect the health and safety of an individual or group of individuals of local government regulations. The motion is that the meeting be closed to the public in accordance with section 254J3 of Local Government Regulations 2012 for that reason. Have someone move to close. Moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Rebecca. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Okay, we are back on, councillors. So item 15.1 is the motion in regard to the confidential, which is the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report. The motion is the council note the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report. You have someone move? Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Tim was out of the room for that vote. Or Wendy. Okay, councillors, we move then to group reports, which is item 16. And 16.1 is the Planning and Development Group Report, which is, and we welcome back GM Ed. Welcome to you for the group report for Planning and Development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillors, I'll take the report as read.
Any questions for Planning and Development, councillors? The motion before us, therefore, is that the Planning and Development Group report be received. Moved. Councillor Gary, seconder. Councillor James, those in favour. Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. We've got two out of the room at the moment, Wendy, too, if you don't mind. Thanks, Ed, for your involvement today as well. Item 16.2 is the Water and Waste Services Group report. Welcome, Jake Passier. Welcome to you, Jake. Happy New Year to you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and good afternoon, councillors. In similar lines to my colleague, I'm happy to present the Water and Waste Services Group report for December and take the report as read and answer any questions councillors may have.
Thanks very much, Jake. Do appreciate that. Any questions, councillors, in regard to the group report for Water and Waste? If there's not, the motion is that the Water and Waste Services Group report be received. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Gary. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Councillor Bill out of the room for that one. Thanks very much, Jake. Our next motion then, councillors, or item is 16.3, which is the Infrastructure Services Group report. And welcome to Mike Brady. Mike, welcome to you. Happy New Year to you as well. I'll hand over to you, Mike.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor, and Happy New Year to yourself and all councillors. It's good to see the start of the year. I present the December 2025 Infrastructure Services Group monthly report and happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much, Mike. Councillor Carroll.
Mr Mayor, with your indulgence, I'd just like to make a reasonably long comment, if I might, not on the report. On the 10th of January this year, we passed the 15-year anniversary of the major flood event of 2011. I was honoured to be present at the Global Award of Project Managers Conference in Helsinki in 2018, where Toowoomba Regional Council, the Toowoomba Regional Council staff, and Toowoomba Regional Council community flood recovery program, building resilience and bringing our amazing community online with our staff and with us to build resilience and offer flood mitigation in our area. The program extended over 5 financial years and was contributed to by all areas of council during that time, and staff and council's contractors. I'd like to recognise all for their extraordinary contributions during that time, but particularly two people, Mike Brady and Mike Stalley. And that program came with great personal cost, actually, for the emotional and the distress of the community. I'd also like to have that award trophy. I'll ask again, I've asked before. I'd like to have that trophy to be put on permanent public display in an appropriate place, say our library, with an interpretation sign. So I actually just want to make a comment on that. Our Mike Brady came in, he'd only just been our general manager, and the recovery was very stressful, very difficult. Council put money in for complementary works with that program. Mike Stalley was just amazing as well. He's now retired, as we all know, but all areas of council contributed to it, and I would really like to honour those on the 15th anniversary, which was last Monday a week ago, and I'd like to have that tribute to them noted. Thank you, and I And Mike is leaving us, but he has contributed so much to this region and to this council, and I think it has been just amazing when we look, whenever we have a disaster, sad as that is, it brings our community together, and our community is absolutely amazing, not forgetting the contractors that helped us through those times. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thanks. Pardon me. Thanks very much, Councillor Carroll. I do appreciate that. Mike, yeah, obviously it'll be a great legacy of your time here, and we'll talk more about that as the couple of months unfold with your tenure here or retirement looming for you, Mike. Councillors, are there any other questions or comments? Councillor Rebecca.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, through you. Thank you, General Manager, for the report. Page 2 of the report, the road development concepts. The Wellcamp Road network, you say that there's investigations and feasibility underway. It's almost a year since that decision of council to do that work, and the timing of the upcoming state budget. Where are we actually at with having something that we can pitch to the state government to help move things along?
In both those cases, February, March is what I've been advised. They should be, the works that are currently being engaged should be completed. So, yeah, over the next 6 weeks or so.
Thank you, Mike. Question, Councillor Shine, and then Councillor Edwina.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, General Manager. You may not be aware of this, but in the Corporate Affairs report, it indicates the vacancies by group of, in the council, and infrastructure services is 21.29%. The next highest is 18.75%. It goes down to 13.21%. But my point is, and my question is, what do you put down the rate of vacancies in infrastructure services? What do you put that down to, and why would it be higher than other departments in the council, in your view?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Shine. Probably, first of all, about half of those vacancies are out in the marketplace as we speak. So it's not as though we're not trying to fill a number of them. Okay, so, but what we do find, particularly for trades, mechanics are just an example, or highly skilled outdoor staff, it is very competitive out there. Professionals the same, and in many cases we can be out, well, there's some positions that have been out 5 or 6 times, so in the marketplace. So that's always a challenge, and one that happens there. In respect to the number and where we're sitting at as well, we're actually also sort of mindful of resourcing to the budget and position and program that we've got in front of us. So we're very conscious of that as well, and trying to manage that as best we can, taking into account all the different challenges there are, and the position, keeping things, keeping a lid on things as well. So we're sort of just managing within the budgets we have.
Thank you. I'm sorry for not having given you notice, but it just occurred to me, rather than asking another GM, it's better to ask you, being in charge of it. But one assumes that the marketplace for example, qualified engineers is difficult, and I'm just wondering whether or not you've been hamstrung by lack of resources to encourage more highly qualified staff, if that's a shortage.
Look, we're very fortunate to have the people we have, okay, and in the main, everyone's, they're doing a very good job. That said, the marketplace is only going to get harder, to be matter of fact, is in the run-up to the Olympics and stuff like that, the Queensland Major Contracts Association latest report talks about a need of over 40,000 more, highly skilled persons in the construction space. Everything from trades and plant operators right through to, professionals and stuff like that. Getting those people into southeast Queensland is not going to come easily, and it's going to be a very competitive market out there. And you can see that even in our own city, unemployment's down around that 4% or thereabouts, plus or minus a bit there. And a lot of the trades that we and skill sets that we're after, a number of those work in projects like the new Toowoomba Hospital. If the Inland Rail project comes, a lot of people will gravitate to those sorts of big major projects as well. And then the development industry in itself, that's going pretty well at the moment as well. So that competition is always going to be there, and it's probably going to increase quite a bit over this foreseeable future.
Thanks very much, Kerry. Councillor Edwina.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, GM Mike. Just on page 2 of attachment 1, just talking about implementation of the new speed limit signage on Lindsay Street. I notice that's gone in and people have started slowing down. I guess my feedback I'm receiving from the community is that Campbell Street is still at 60, and there's a lot of the shops and the school and the residents would like to see that reduced. Are we working on that? I know we've reduced Curzon, Lindsay, a lot of the streets surrounding it, and is there, I guess, a particular reason where Mackenzie Street's at? If you could give us an update, please.
Yeah. Look, I'll probably take that one as a question without notice if I could, so I can give you a fuller answer from a speed, see where we are, or if we have got any speed reviews in play.
Okay.
So I'll come back with an email on that, if that's okay.
And just a second question, just on page 4, the road rehab program. I know that your project manager's working with the C&M team's design team, principal program officer to finalise the review of the priorities for the next 3 years. Would we be able to have a look at that list that they're working on, just because we receive an awful lot of community feedback too in relation to different roads and priorities? Or even if we don't have input, if we could just see the work roads, and again, a question without notice, if you could just share that list that they're looking at with us, please, because it's going to be set the priorities for 3 years.
Yes, we'll come back with the response to that.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Any other questions, councillors, in regard to the Infrastructure Services Group report? If not, the motion is that the Infrastructure Services Group report be received. Moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Mike, very much.
Thank you, councillors.
We then move to item 16.4, which is the Environment Community Services Group report, and Nick is acting CEO. Yes, throw the other hat on now. GM, thank you.
I've changed my hats, Mayor, thank you. Councillors, the group report for Environment Community Services is including the agenda papers for your information. Commend that to you and happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much, Nick. Councillor Trevor, there's a question.
Thanks, Mayor. One comment and 2 questions. Comment, Rosalie Gallery, with the current exhibition out there, Another Dimension by Darling Downs teachers. I went out to that. It was a full house, 85. They couldn't fit any more in. Perfect. If you're out that way, go and have a visit. Okay, enjoy, Councillor Melissa. 2 questions I did furnish you, GM Nick. One being, how is the progress going in finding a new restaurateur for the restaurant at the Empire Theatre?
Thanks, Councillor Trevor. So expressions of interest have been advertised for that one, and the process is progressing such that as recently as last Friday, interviews were conducted with a short list of candidates. probably can't provide any more detail than that, but it's certainly progressing. So hopefully sometime in the near future.
So there's light at the end of the tunnel for
Yes.
that. Very good. And the second question, now I've lost it, my phone's shut. Over the Christmas break, there were lots of stories on the net regarding animals and dumping of animals. My question to you is, what were the numbers like at the TRC Animal Refuge over the Christmas break, New Year break, as other animal care facilities recorded increase in unwanted dogs and cats? What was the result with our refuge centre?
Thanks, Councillor Trevor, and thanks for the advance warning on this one, because that's certainly something I wouldn't have known off the top of my head. We didn't see any real changes in our animal management centre across the period. We had 18 animals impounded across that Christmas New Year week, which compares to last year was 17, so about the same. And a typical week for us averages 15 to 20 animals, so it's not a lot of variation.
So basically the same. Was there a ratio between dog, cat?
There were, of the 18, 6 were dogs, 12 were cats this time.
Thank you. That's interesting. So, and obviously they've all been done whatever has to happen there, contact with owners and all those bits and pieces.
Yeah, all those usual processes are followed. You're right, though, it is interesting. Like if other shelters are experiencing reporting increases and we're not, that's worth having a look at, trying to understand why, if there's something sitting behind that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Any other questions for GM Nick? If not, the motion before us then is that the Environment and Community Services Group report be received. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour, motion's carried unanimously. We move to 16.5, councillors, which is community services, corporate services. Thank you, Anne-Marie. Welcome back again. I'll hand over to you.
Good afternoon, councillors. Happy to take the report as read and take any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Edwina and then Councillor Gary.
Mine's a comment and a compliment to the whole of the TRC team. I look at this Net Promoter Score and it's been sitting around 0, -0. Maybe we get to 1 and we get really excited. We're at 35 for last month, so that's a really big bounce, and maybe it's a one-off, but I just want to congratulate the whole team. I don't want to get too excited because it is just a 1 month number, but it's definitely trending in the right direction. So thank you.
Thank you. Happy to share that one.
To all the teams, and it's not just yours, but all the GMs, please share that with your teams. 35 is brilliant. So,
thanks, Councillor Edwina. Councillor Gary.
The 54 million of government grants that have been awarded, does that include the 50 from the for the dam?
Crestbrook Dam's not included yet because we haven't finalised. I'm happy to hand over to Jake to comment on that one, but the terms of the funding haven't been finalised, so it's not included.
The 50 is not in that 54.
And yes, I can confirm we're in the final stages of working with the department around that 54 million funding agreement. It's just around milestones and ensuring that we're striking the balance between how the state government would like to ensure we make meaningful progress on our project in line with the funding that will be coming to council.
Thanks, Jake. Councillor Kerry.
Thanks, Chair. Just refer to the question I gave you on notice in relation to the monthly performance activity section, that the organisation exits are down 2% from last year. Mike has addressed the second part of that, but what do you put down that improvement to?
So 2% is a very low variance to comment. It's certainly moving in the right direction, but we would like to see a higher percentage. But it's collection of activities from all operational areas, really, and when the engaging with our employees. So I hope to see that continue to trend in a positive way.
Very good. Any other questions for corporate services for General Manager Anne-Marie? If there's no other questions, the motion before us is that the Corporate Services Group report be received. Moved by Councillor Melissa, seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you very much, Anne-Marie. I do appreciate it. Item number 17, councillors, on your agenda is the conclusion of the meeting, and so we shall do that. Our first meeting back for 2026. Thank you all for your attendance, very much appreciated, and we look forward with great anticipation for our next statutory meeting. It'll be in this very room. Thank you very much and good afternoon.